outside my window. It's trying to get in. Oh my god, there's a little ball. Oh my god. What a great start to the night. This is awesome.
Wait a minute.
Before we get started,
turn back the clock.
Here we fuck the cops. Around here we get them dollars. Every girl I see that look right like me just got hot. It's kitty all about stacking up. Tall, big, and bubbling, backing up. Long as everybody get crunk when they drop in the clubs, all acting up. I represent the S-O-S-O-E-E-F-M-O-B. That's me, J-E, Rat, J-E. So please believe what I do ain't never been done. Ohio is where I'm from. I heard what you said and I saw what you do. Y'all plans, but we don't want none. From the day to the night, I rock. Say what you like. Living life, standing life, living the life. Got to keep it hot. Shotgun in the drop, riding good 20s, TVs. Let them wood pop it, watch it, big mama. Hold me down like a player should. Sing along now.
Hey there, Milky Taro.
Hello?
I'm not doing very good at cutting these because I don't have mix in, mix out. But I did actually put some things together before this. Gotta love that can of butter. Hey there, LT. Getting cozy. Hope you're having a good evening. Oh, we got notifications. Where did it go? It's always frustrating. I know that there's somebody's Discord out there that I have currently purposefully not set up with like only at mentions. And I have no idea where it went. I don't know which one it is, and I have way too many Discords to try and like figure that out. Way too many. So I'm just kind of stuck with every once in a while I'll get a notification. I have no idea where it went or where it came from. Hi! Hello, everyone. Let's turn this down a little bit. Oh, wow. Okay, so how the hell did we get here? How the hell did we make it to episode 100? How have I not somehow been dropped off the face of the planet by now? How? I don't get it. I don't understand. Tell me, like, this makes no sense. But we're here. We're here, and thank you all for being here. Thank you, every single one of you who supported me being here. I mean it. Like, this is... Things are weird. Things are weird and cool. And it's hard to, like, celebrate oneself, but, like, I didn't think I'd make it this far. I usually give up on something before this point. Hi, hi, hi! Hi, Hunter! But, like, legitimately, past projects, I usually end up getting mixed up in something else, or projects end up falling apart because of whatever else, like planning, or lack of stability, or whatever the case may be, and we've stuck it out, and I actually feel like I'm better at what I'm doing because I've stuck it out, and I feel like I'm continuing to learn every single day, and I still have so much more to do. So much more. I'm so excited. Today has been a very strange day on the back end of production side of things because I've been doing VOD work, slowly recovering things, and I want to say officially here on episode 100, hey, Filton, I know you're asleep. I know you are. But thank you for saving my channel. I mean it. Thank you so much for bringing back all of the capability of saving my D4 content. Because we've officially figured it out, folks. We know now how to actually put those episodes back. They're going to be broken, they're going to be fractured, they're going to be full of me being super ticked off because everything keeps breaking during those episodes. But we have the content, and we can get it put back into VOD form, and we can finally publish it. It's going to take me a while because I only have so much time in the day and only so many bodies, but I am super excited to actually be able to do that. Aside from that, I've also been trying to resurrect from the ashes a dead 23-year-old MMORPG, another formative experience in the Sandwife's ongoing development of games and game development and diagnostics and playtesting. Thank you so much, Dan. I'm trying here. I'm trying not to, like, let myself get discouraged about, like, when things do go awry. And that's the thing, is I gotta push through. I gotta keep growing. It's been a blast. So yeah, I'm trying to bring back this dead MMORPG that I used to play for basically my full-time job before I had a job, before I'd left school. It was the thing that I would draw. It was the thing that I'd make comics of. It was the thing that I would read comics of. It was the thing that I'd read fan art and doujinshi, and there was a whole anime about it. And so let me go ahead and launch this and see if it's actually going to launch on stream now that I've talked it up this much. We don't talk about the anime. No, I talk about the anime. I talk about how the anime actually goes into the grim dark side of things and isn't afraid to show you a bunch of people being eaten by orcs. And I'm not going to talk about the other awful things because I don't want to. Because, 90s anime. But at least that part they got it right. Hey, game? Are we... Oh, hey, there we go. Also, lead character getting the crap kicked out of him for being trash, like, good stuff. You never made it to the redemption arc, and by redemption we mean this guy nearly gets killed. Okay, you may have noticed I have a lot of characters on this game. Also, I spawned out in the middle of Frontera Field. I guess I should go back to the starting zone, and we'll do this right. But I spent some time doing diagnostics. Oh! It begins. There's our first glitch, the one where it tries to kick me out of this game, and I will also move this in just a... Yes, I know, I'm aware. I don't want you to see my character yet. Yes. I did set this up on purpose the way I did for a reason. I'm just insane. I intend on changing outfits too, and grabbing myself a drink. But there's so much here, and I can't focus on a single subject. I also probably could have just used a butterfly wing and warped here, but this is the fun, scenic way of getting everybody an idea for what travel looks like in this game. Also, I'm gonna have to stop covering up the music in a moment here, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost there. We're in Isloot at least, which is the starting city. No, I refuse. I refuse to move my Vroid. You'll get to see me when I decide you get to see me. No, we're doing an Aki thing. I'm currently walking through the streets of Tokyo. Well, let me get back on the boat. Oh, it lets me. Nope. I can only stand up here on the boat. Okay, understood. So we'll zoom in. We will grab my silly little Vroid, move her over here. In fact, actually, I can't even move her over here. She has to be like over here, because otherwise she'll cover up the Kafra, the people that like store your items. And we'll get out of the silly little presentation suit here. Let's do a fun blue blouse. Of course you go back over there. Okay. Oh. Whoa. Hello. I'm here. I didn't fall. I totally didn't almost just fall. Are you ready for the sound of the water? Oh god, I can't zoom in any further. I'm used to private servers. Alright, so this is Ragnarok Online, which I just posted a thing about over here. Yeah. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG International Ragnarok Online? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of Terra Gloria and the award-winning Illusion expansion up to level 175 for free with no restrictions on playing time. No, this is not an ad. This is somebody cracking up at the sheer amount of memes and other things that have been based on my game. This is the game that I've been playing for so long and nobody else I know really plays aside from like Milky Taro after I dragged their butt into this world. And yes, I know it locked up. Again, this is a 23-year-old game. It just celebrated its 20th anniversary, and when we actually see other people, you'll notice just how many other people have been playing it for that long and have the headgears and decorations. But it's an isometric hack and slash RPG with Super Nintendo style graphics, or pixel retro graphics if you're Steam Cloud tag mess. And it's from an era before anything had really like settled on a 3D style. This game was competitive with World of Warcraft, with RuneScape, with EverQuest, with Guild Wars, and also charged the same price of $12.99 a month for you to be able to play it back then. Now, like, I guess you're able to do some sort of, I think it's like $10 a month for a monthly subscription, which just gets you more experience. It doesn't actually do anything in the game. Oh, and Maple Story, that was another one. What was the one that Nyan, if Nyan Gosling is here, there was one that they tried to guess in the collection of these. Are like, oh, that's a good guess too, because I'm trying to think of like what other games from this era that people would know. But the problem that I have is at the time I was playing primarily Korean games in general and a lot of Korean RPGs. So like instead of Guild Wars, I played Priston Tale. Instead of EverQuest, I played Ragnarok. Or instead of it's Ultima 5. And oh, what was it? Instead of Worms, I played Gunbound. Like there was I really liked Korean games for a while. I don't know what was up with that. This game utilizes an interesting class system, which I am a little WTF. My audience has decided to vote in the community votes here that I'm going to be playing as a priest subtype. Uh, we have a 4-2. 4 votes for priest type or cleric, 2 for magic user. Got her. And yeah, I'll have to play through an acolyte to get to any other class. The priest would be the next one up from there, but I don't think I'm actually gonna play as the priest. I think I'm gonna play as the combat monk because I want to punch things. I want to punch things because of that decision. So we're gonna play as a character that punches things. Let's see here. Go over to Stream Manager, make certain I can actually see everything that's going on, and put this in the right spot over here. I want to make certain that everything is set up before we actually get into me essentially disappearing into Ragnarok live on the air for your entertainment. Uh-oh. I've received a notification. Why am I receiving a notification I already received? What happened here? Oh, I see that one. Okay, it appeared elsewhere. Got it. Okay, I think I'm like double checking everything here. Did I turn off the stove? This is the way that you have to look at it when you're about to get into an MMO. I can't even. My character can't even sit yet. She is so unskilled inside her silly little basic skill list. She can't even sit. She can't do that. The thing that she's doing in the little corner there. She can't do that. All right. So I'm going to scamper off to the other room, which I hate to do right at the beginning of the episode, but I kind of let time get by me as I was having a conversation with Jan about this upcoming stuff and things that I wanted to think about and discuss. Oh, I can't wait till I get to ramble about just isekais and items in general, but let's see here. We'll switch over to this, and I will be right back with you folks in about 5 minutes. One moment. I return with sausage, an energy drink, and I hit this magic button that makes me appear, but not really, because I'm here, but I'm not. My camera's going to be detecting some weirdness as I try to put my cardigan on. We coming in hot tonight because I have plans. I have so many plans. But that German sausage that Milky Taro got for me last night, holy cow, it is so good. Wow. Go over here, and we go over here, and we go over here, and close our skill window. Here. Oh geez, where am I? Okay, so when you start off, you end up on a boat, and there's a moose that tells you, "Hey, do you want to go on an adventure?" And you don't really have an option. Like the moose. In fact, I think if I go talk to him still, he'll be like, "You should probably go up these stairs and talk to the folks at that academy." Let's see. Oh god, the font on this. Is it your first time on Islude? Hello? You look strong and able. I like able people like you. Always be healthy and strong as you are now. Welcome to Korean RPG localization. Lesson number 1. Don't do that. I don't know what to do. You said you don't know what to do. Since you're on Islude, why don't you visit Cryatur Academy? Islude has the institute for budding adventurers like you. A friend of mine works there, so I'll give you the introduction to him. He usually takes the new adventurers near the entrance to the academy. Go and meet him personally. His name is Hunt. I will mark his location on the map, so go to see him. Yeah. Main map. I actually do already know all this, and essentially follow this fellow around. We're going to do a speed run on introduction to being able to play this game because holy cow, the Acolyte plays slow anyways. I don't like playing as them. But the monk is fun. The monk feels a bit more like Street Fighter because you have a combo system where you get to decide what abilities you're going to use next. In fact, I don't even know. I guess I should earn some of the skills like Play Dead. Yep. Is this maybe an accident? A murder? You aren't dead. Dead? Who? Me? Sorry for laughing. I was just taking a nap because the weather is good. But you weren't breathing. That? Right, it makes sense you misunderstood. I used the skill, Play Dead, because I didn't want to be disturbed by monsters or anyone else. And the fact that, like, these skills and special abilities in universe are actually talked about in universe in this manner, again, in the anime that we don't talk about, that's absolutely a thing. I want to learn it. You made a right decision. I will teach you for good. A novice does not know the potential power of himself, nor how strong the enemy is. There's a studious type of novice who studies well, but I guess we are not. Just take prompt action, and sometimes you'll be defeated by strong enemies. Huh? You're right, this is my story. I was getting sick of being defeated. One day a good idea came to mind. If I pretend to be dead when I find a strong enemy, I was faced with the risk of death because I'm not good at pretending to be dead. Even when I look back at that time, it is still thrilling. So let's continue to talk. Ever since then, playing dead started working out for me. And then, I could not hold a breath for a long time. That was a problem. Clever monsters were checking out my breath. So I had to train myself to hold my breath for a long time. Sounds complicated, but it is quite simple. If you feel like you cannot beat the enemy, when a strong one appears, just fall down on the ground and pretend to be dead. I will put you in a brief test whether or not you breathe or not. Hold a breathe for... I'm sorry, folks. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Everybody else just clicks through this stuff, and I was going to be the next person to just click right through this, but the thing is, I know what's here. I know every one of these scripts because they haven't changed in 15 years. Hold a breath for 20 seconds, then talk to me later. I won't admit you if you talk to me before that time is over. Start! Literally, the game actually makes you just hang out for a little bit. Just, you know. And if you, like, go over, no biggie. But if you talk to him early, he'll be like, you failed! This skill is nearly useless in all situations, except well, nearly useless for all characters, because a lot of enemies can detect invisible or dead characters and will attack them anyways. And a lot of enemies will just outright spam attacks in a general area, whether the player's there or not. So that doesn't make you save either, because you can still receive damage while you're playing dead. See, I just realized my chat isn't in place. Learn the play dead skill. Okay, good job. If you have strong patience, then this will... Wait, if you have strong patience like that, it will save you. There will be no monsters that can hurt you. This is a lie. The play dead skills in your skills list. Okay, blah, 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 blah. If you grow up and get another job, then you do not need the skill, so do not spare it. Use wise it when you need it and don't hesitate. Wow, it actually does say wise it when you need it. I need to get some sleep. Do not wake me up. Yawn. So now we have play dead. And we can play dead. The Yamcha pose! I forgot the novice has the Yamcha pose! Okay, let's unplay dead. Good, okay. Into the Cryoter Academy. Now, I really don't intend on running through all of this, like... I don't want to read every bad line in here because like it is a good story and the gameplay is fun. The story is also nested in there. Unfortunately, being a game written in 2003 and a lot of the scripts written between 2003 and 2008, there's a lot, and I do mean a lot, of not so woke stuff in here. One of the things that actually gets to me is like there's actually a character class limitation between bard or dancer or clown or the wrong word for Romani. Register for the academy. We gained a job level, which we really shouldn't be gaining experience from that, but okay. Once used, yes, that's fine. We also have a bunch of skill or stat points to use, so we're gonna throw most of that into agility and dexterity and rely on our weapons to do the majority of the damage. Next up, we'll go talk to the principal. I don't know if they're actually there because earlier when I was trying to help Filton start a character, they just didn't spawn. So we're going to see if they actually show up this time. Nope. Join the Eden group, speak with Mr. Hun, first step towards a new world. I wonder if they changed the way that... if you're actually not meant to stay in Islude and all the content's being written for, like, a new starting area. Because that could very well be the case. Armory. Library. I'm gonna go talk to that receptionist again and see. Hello, Sandwife. How are you today? What's inside and outside? Okay, I'm curious now. We have to do all this as... hate this. Alright, we're gonna grab, I guess, thief skills. What is this? Gunslinger, Taekwondo. Mage, Archer, Ninja, Thief. Okay. Okay. There should be a way for me to, like, speed through the conversation with these folks to receive a, Let's see here. Agility. What I'm looking for is a manual they'll give me. Oh, we got a bunch of starting equipment here. Let's put all that on. And a bunch of potions. Thief manual. There we go. Oh! We got a raid! Thank you, Sharp! How was your stream? Okay. Look at that novice Mangosh. Alright, cool. Oh, and I wanted to see if the actual, like, principal for this academy is still here or not. Thank you so much, Sharp! Thank you for the bits! Oh, wow. So the principal's not here either. There's, like, whole missing things here. I wonder if there's some new spot I'm supposed to go to. Alright, well, teleport service. Yes. Outside the southern entrance. Yes. Ooh. So today we are playing some Ragnarok Online, one of my favorite RPGs, one of my favorite MMORPGs, and obviously I say like one of my favorite RPGs. Those are the ones I play on the stream here, but this one I have been playing now for about 20 years. Hey there, Sharp Wife. How's it going? We got Sandwife and Sharp Wife. I'm still waiting for Soap Wife to show up. Now I'm looking for something to fight here. Here we go. Okay. Wow, yeah, I really did not need to bother with stats for anything but dexterity and agility. The amount of damage you can do to start is so high. Stream was chill. Hope you have an awesome one. Doing alright? I'm having a great one. I've been like energetically bouncing from place to place all day, figuring out how to make this game specifically work, because it does not want to, and has not wanted to for the last 4 years. I usually come back to it like every winter as kind of a comfort thing, because as you can tell with the music, it's pretty chill. It's got a chill vibe to it. And the way that like the gameplay mechanics and leveling system and skills in this play feel more active to me than a lot of other MMORPGs. So I love this one. Even like starting a new character or playing one that I've been running for years now. Like I have an Assassin Cross. She's her character has gone all the way up to level 99 and back down to 1 and all the way back up to like, oh, I don't think she's actually a Guillotine Cross yet. I think that was the next thing I was going to work on. So, like, there's still new content out there that even I haven't touched in all this time. Right now, we're power leveling through all the job levels necessary to get this character converted into an Acolyte. At which point, combat may slow down, it may speed up. We'll see. I'm probably going to take us to a cute little dungeon full of skeletons and zombies. Okay, we got job level 9. Apply. Okay. Apply. Okay. More agility, please, because we need to be extra smacky. Hell yeah. I really want to fight these things, because I was playing as a swordsman earlier today, and it was strong enough to be able to fight those. We got that bark bark. No, no. Actually, I should probably set up some of these. Yeah, they gave me a bunch of potions and stuff. Okay. Oh wow, those really heal me. We got them bouncing emotes now. I set all that up to earlier today. was fun. Thank you, Dan, for getting me pointed in the right direction to be able to do so. Okay, is that the last of our basic skills? Yeah, we are now skilled enough to party and sit. Two very important activities for any adventurer. Gonna get some noms? Alright, enjoy. Enjoy the lurk. Oh, I need to set up some custom text for the lurk command. That's gonna be a fun thing to do. This thing is so flat. Wait a sec, I just realized that I didn't get any of the... Now I see why Filton didn't have the butterfly wings or anything. Because the usual person that gives you all that isn't there. Hold on. Where is map view? Convenience, guide, merchant, quest NPC. Just says quested. That's not descriptive at all. Huh. I shouldn't laugh. God. Probably true. You got something from one of the Doram. Hey there. I would like a shirt that makes me more powerful, please. Chat. Socket. And again, I'm just going to run through these, and they are fun to read, but at the moment I'm trying to get us set up with an acolyte fairly quickly. Hidden enchant. And you do have to actually ask all these. Okay. Game to experience it. Okay. Got the cotton shirt. I see. Wolf nip. Alright. Cheers, folks. I hope you're able to imbibe along, whether it's through smoking, vaping, or dabbing, tinctures, edibles, or tonics yourselves. Thank you, Milky Taro. Okay, so I gotta go talk to this guy? Enchant? Oh, I guess I have to equip it. And I can't do it while I'm talking to him. Understood. Yes. Yes. Hidden enchant start! That was quick. Okay, so now my new shirt has plus to health and mana, which nearly doubles my health and mana on this character. And now we'll go change classes. Also probably save right here. Okay. No Zenny yet. Wait, Loom. What is it? A smile assist. Leonie. Okay, I'll listen. You know what? I'm just gonna continue. That is way too much. Are you the person I was supposed to talk to? No? Hylic. I don't know. It just says Creator Academy staff. Oh, okay. So this is Hun. It just doesn't say. Drink the apple juice, he says. See the world, he says. Oh, okay. Right. Enjoy your lurk. Okay. First floor is equipped with instructors. Am I, like, does the professor no longer appear unless you do the other quests first? I'm a little confused. I would like to learn the first aid skill, please. Thank you. Okay, cancel that. Don't need that. General store owner. Novice combination book and oh, this is if you're playing as a super novice, which is a separate class in this game that allows you to have all of the first class skills, so like fighter, thief, archer, magic user, so on, as a novice, but you hello, but you never get to go to a second tier class. Like that's the end of your progression. And the super novice is an interesting class, but I've never enjoyed playing them. Okay, you're the coffer guide trainer. You don't have anything I need to know just yet. And what about the instructors in here? Are they all gone too? Is this part of the error that we are facing? Because every other instructor has appeared. Here's the combat types, the monster training one, and the element trainer. I guess. Alright. Uh-huh. I go punch this. I talk to this guy. Okay. I've been enchanted twice. Cut incubator. Okay, I don't really care about the rest of these. We continue. I guess the instructor must just be gone. It just says Great Hall. Is there anybody in the library then? Like, did they just move where the professors go? There's somebody in here now. But you must be just a student. Is the heaviest book in Midgar still here? No. It's gone. They actually did change it. Is East Window enlightened? Peko Peko is singing. Haven't the kids feeding Picky awakened yet? When are you going to Morok over the desert? Anonymous. You have a pretty name, Anonymous. I am affected by your work. What? So he's not in the Great Hall or in the library. That's weird. They moved the NPC and they moved the heaviest book in Midgar, which you can also go click on. It's inside the library there. But yeah, this guy's just gone. The professor's out. He's on call. There's nothing I can read on the desks in here either. That's so weird. Haven't been an acolyte in 12 years. When is the last time I played a monk in this game? Okay, gotta go upstairs, change class. Okay, that's Archer, Mage. This next one's Thief and something else. Ninja. Acolyte and Merchant and the Coffer Guide Trainer. So go over here. Hello, random. Who are you? Are you interested in the introductory course? This introductory manual is mysterious. It enables the use of a couple of acolyte skills. Will you borrow it? Take the course. There, use it for good. Equip, open the skill window. Yep, okay, cool. Well, give me that. We equip. Now I have the skills of both a thief and an acolyte. This is a fun thing you can do early on in the game, but you can't continue to do after you changed your class, unfortunately. Change job class to acolyte. Job level's enough. Thank you, thank you. And now we're an acolyte in a silly little alb. fun precursor story. I also once was a silly little monk in an alb. Okay, so I can't equip a lot of these. The guard, no. Manuals, no. The hat, yes. Okay, so we have a mace, a hat, and a shirt. We're doing great. In fact, I want to say we actually started with less stats than we had before. Can I use the storage service? Do you want to use the storage? Yes. Dear customer, you don't have enough money. Ah, okay. Nerfed by the Lord. Okay. First floor, Great Hall. Let's see. I now have to go make enough spending money from selling random trash I get from killing monsters to be able to open my storage to get my actual equipment. Oh, wait. We might actually have a slightly faster route here. Oh, God. So here's some other players. Some of them. Just a few. Dog Lurk. That's a new one. Could find you in Frontera? Oh, yeah. If you wanna, I was wondering if you were going to end up running a new character. Probably. No, you're fine. Yes, I want to join. Sandwife. Let me done. Is your name both Sandwife Ba? No, it's Sandwife. No matter what you do, no matter how you type your name, this person will always mishear you. That's what it's supposed to be, is the room is loud, so they're always going to mishear you as they're trying to write your name down. Okay, so now we're a member of the Eden group, yet another guild. They gave us a bunch of random equipment. More stuff I really just cannot use yet. Want all of these? Yes. Did I get storage coupons? Agility, manuals, fly wings, a hair coupon, but nothing else. Okay. Well, we're gonna do both of these to start. Let's warp back to town. Okay. And we zoom. And drink a bunch of potions. Hmm?
Are you from Florida?
I'm in Islid.
What's your birthday?
Yeah, it's right next to Frontera.
Okay. I work there.
I forget how brutal the club is the first time you see it used on a boring. The crunching noise. Just getting job level up after job level up. Beat that man to death. These sticky mucus are actually one of the better things for making money early on, because they sell for like 75 zenny a piece. Alternatively, I could do some money building scheme stuff and just go fight Mandragora for. I need to not do that. When I started to play Escape Velocity Nova on the air as a way of like showing off how much I love the game, I then immediately got caught in a loop of I'm gonna make a bunch of money so I can do other stuff later on the air, and then ended up spending the entire stream doing nothing but making money. So I'm trying to avoid that this time. We did at least make it to the Acolyte, which is the first tier towards either choosing the monk or the priest. Removed Lurk. Renamed Dog Lurk to Lurk. Alright, let's test this. Lurk. 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 There we go. Haste sensitive, which I always mess that up. Oh, and you'll note that this time I have a lot more skills available to look at for the Acolyte. Divine Protection, Damage Reduction, raises physical attack against demons and undead, reset, heal, I appear to have upset my skill table. There we go. Apply. Yes, I would like to learn how to increase my own agility. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate you. Well, thank you for putting it in. I super appreciate that. It's one less thing that I have to completely, like, figure out from scratch. And you have made that so easy on me. Like, I always feel like I can just ask, and you're like, yeah, here, this is how you do this. Let's change scenes a little bit and wander to the west and see about fighting some giant grasshoppers instead of slimes. Might be pushing a little early, although if I continue killing these pourings, they're going to keep dropping random piles of stuff. There's a decent chance that I'll actually be able to get my money pretty quickly to open my storage. It is only 500 zenny, not 3,000 like I thought it was going to be. Which, now that I think about that, I may... We're already getting close. So that's cool. Alternatively, if I don't sell anything, I might be able to find somebody that's buying stuff like apples and red potions for super inflated prices arbitrarily. Keep giving me those job levels. Those are good. I like those. Where's Blessing? Oh, I need levels in Divine Protection for Blessing. I didn't realize that. So they make you spend like 30 skill points to get increased agility and Blessing leveled all the way up. That is wild. They max out at 10 skill points invested in each, but the prerequisites stack up so much. Slap. Oh, that one had some stuff. I also might end up choosing to play some other music, like the No Thoughts Head Empty playlist, after a little while, because this will just be repeating in most cases, except in times when we're, like, in towns. Maybe that's the way I'll go about it. I don't know. We'll see. When I get tired of it, we'll switch it over. Gave costume enchantstone box, variable casting stone duel. Ah, people turning in various quests and having it announced live on the server to everybody else. Old MMO. I always wonder, like, whether somebody's a bot when I see a novice running around with an N tier content item backpack, the Backpack of Greed specifically, which lets you cast a skill that only a tier 4 character can use. Yeah, Yeah, that's really a starter character there. Honestly, like most of the time you don't have to. It is fun to like chat with random folks every once in a while. Like sometimes I'll see somebody with a cute name, or I'll like the outfit or the skill loadout that they're using, and I'll comment on that because I'm that nerd. Sometimes I'll RP. I really like playing as a merchant that actually just sells stuff that the rest of my character cast has collected. And I RP that my entire cast of characters, i.e., all of my character select that I've built up over the years, know each other in world. They specifically know each other and take care of my alchemist's homunculus and take it out for outings canonically. They also make out, yes. They all smoke their weed bunts before they kiss. Whoa, what is that? Oh, somebody's aura. Somebody buying rough winds for 30k. Somebody buying stuff that I will never be able to get with this character. Light green. Don't know what that even is. Witch Star Sand? 900? What happened to the economy? What is wrong with me that that's where my brain goes immediately? Poison bottles, they're only 50,000 now instead of 100,000. In fact, there's nothing but poison bottles here. Where's the person that buys stems? Yeah, no. I guess I have to go sell to an NPC. Won't be an issue after that, but takes a second to get there. God, this cracked me up earlier. I saw this person logged in with 18 alt accounts. And they're all selling like 5 items. To note, you can sell upward, I think it's like 16 items if you level up your skill all the way. But if you don't level up your skill all the way, and you just like start a merchant and get them up to merchant really quick and then immediately start selling things, then you have to keep on making new alt accounts. Alright, this person's buying man-eater blossoms for 3k. I may have some good money sitting around for that one. Oh no. Oh no. Strobe warning, folks. I'm sorry. Exchange gemstone pouches. Oh, I don't know anything about that. Sell items. 48 jalopy. Feathers. That knife. That dagger. Cool, we got enough. Now to go to the Kafra. Oh! Hello, graphics. I do kind of wonder if that's what the instability is. People's auras and their decorations are disappearing. The 20th anniversary things are blurping everywhere. Okay, somebody in their mech armor. Storage. Open. I have many items in here. We're gonna start off by grabbing some stuff I can use for money. Preferably something that I'm not saving for other purposes. Sci-Far. Good example. Empty bottles. I don't need 404 of those. I have to get a bunch of those. Don't need these. Definitely don't need these. Carvadonolorol! I have 6 of those, which means I have 300,000 Zenny worth. Yeah, the items in this are very squinty at this point. I still don't know why I have 300 lamb horns or what they're even for, but I have them. They exist. Ah, here we go. Let's do 200 man-eater blossoms. Okay. Next, we're playing as an acolyte, so we get to use... Do we get to use a buckler? Yes. How about the immune shield? All jobs, even better. Okay, shadow armor, shadow earring, shadow weapon, silver robe, mage and soul linker. Okay. True. Oh, I want to gush for a second. Milky Taro spent like 3 months a couple years ago getting me an item, the True Hunting Ring. It took so much grinding and so much of their time, and like they would come home from like whatever else they were doing for the day and then go to work on this. Thank you. It's an attack speed build ring because they know that I'd use high speed characters that are just for attack speed. And it makes things so much easier for later. Is there a... Yeah, there's a level limit. I can't use that until level 50 anyways. You gonna go what?
That direction. You wanna go find my character?
Are you logged in right now? Oh, okay.
Park next to the balloon.
There are so many balloons right now. Okay,
Some balloons over there.
Spirit ring for all classes.
So there weren't any people.
Teleport cat hand glove, strawberry in mouth. I love all my silly little items. The white bird rose. I forgot that we have those as a decorative thing for our hair. So that's going up there. Odin's blessing. Is that armor? All jobs except novice. Requires level 65. That's gonna be a minute. Next week. I could use... This is another thing I got. Ragnarok likes to tie in things in their game. Oh, I have to. I have to be Goat Girl. Goat horns it is. Okay, +4 blessed cotton shirt. What is this? I already did this? When did I do this? That is cool. This is not an easy item to make. Why did I put it on a cotton shirt? What is wrong with me? Why didn't I put that on actual armor? Okay. Adds a chance of auto-casting level 2 blessing on the user when receiving physical damage. Auto-cast level 10 if known. This allows your character to cast a spell for free that gives them +10 to all stats all the time, whenever they get hit. It's really nice. Cool. And then we have a bunch of Cryoterra Academy hats that I can't use. What do we got for weapons? +6 book. Priest jobs. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what I have. I got a +8 club, so that's what I'm currently equipped as, is an ordinary club. Ooh, +9 mace. What's the level on that? Requires level 2. I'll take it. Crimson Bible. Can't use that until I'm a priest, though. Oof. I just popped my jaw. Oh, that really hurt. Electric Fist. Looking forward to using that. Usable by priest and monk, but not acolyte. Okay. What about this one? Champion jobs. That's the enhanced monk. Ledger of Death. Priest and sage. Damn it! Seismic Fist. Priest and monk. Okay, well, I guess that answers that. I don't get any of those yet. Do I have... I don't have a novice pouring card to put into my hat. That's unfortunate. But we are already stacking this character with so many things, like right off the bat, and that's... Let's go sell those Mandragora Man-Eater Blossoms before that person closes their shop. Where did I find them? Oh no. Is this person that says bye? No. Person's proofs positives. Fill jalopy. Oh, this person actually does do jalopy. Thank you. Okay. Have a good one. Milky Taro is crashing for the night. Let's see. Rip my jaw. Yeah, it is hurting. We had a rainstorm coming. Ooh, what's that? What's that? What's that? BMX. Oh, battle manual. There's a whole system of being able to, like, if you completely 100% an entire job board before, like, if you don't turn in any of the quests individually, you do all of them and then turn them in, you'll get bonus battle menus, which allow you to put a multiplier on the amount of experience that you're gaining. So they're extremely valuable. But, like, they're a thing that you only get when you're really high level, because you don't do those quests otherwise. I think that shop already closed. Maybe it was up here. ODA? Nope. Oh, it might have been up here. Buy hentai. Ah, they're buying gold. They're buying gold as well. Must be... Oh, there it is. Man-Eater Blossom. Hell yes. Give me all that money. 600,000 zenny. Does that not go through? Oh, it goes to Rodex. I'm like, wait, what happened? Download. Delete. Yes. Alright. Right there, 608,000. So we now have so much starting funds that we're able to open things, go through our inventories, buy equipment at will. No need to worry about anything like that because I've already done so much grinding in the past to be able to have those Man-Eater Blossoms on hand to do exactly that. Server economy is a thing. You hold on to some stuff because it's basically liquid funds. Now we can sell the trash items that I didn't actually want. The Cyphars, the insect peelings, the jalopy, the jubilee. Okay. Make certain I'm not selling anything I don't want to get rid of. Cool. Equip this. Equip this. Equip this. Equip this. Oh, is that a level requirement? 10. Yep, that's silly. Put this on. Put this on. Okay, and now I need... Oh god, that strobe is so bad. 20 of those. 50 of those. Okay, all jobs. 10 of these. And we've got plenty of red potions for now. I guess we'll grab some Yggdrasil leaves as well, because they're useful. Okay. Use this real quick to identify the 2 shadow pieces that I collected. White bird rose. Upper. What's this look like? What do you folks think? Should I be a goat girl or flower girl? I think goat. I vote goat. Okay. Let's go... Oh, where do I want to go? I guess I would want to go to Payon at some point. I should save on the western gate. I know I'm running back and forth, but I'm like trying to figure out where I want to go next. Also, Dan, regarding rip my bit rate's toast anyways. Oh, although you may note that I have improved it slightly and reduced the overall FPS because for reasons unknown to me, I was recording at 60 FPS. I don't even play games at 60 FPS. 30. We only need 30. And that severely reduced the overall like load on my computer. So things should actually smooth out from here. We also upped the bitrate from 2500 to 4000, so we'll see what that does as well. Okay, let's save here. And we will teleport to Payon. Because it's a cute little city. Except when that happens. Oh, my graphics card. Why? I do love Payon, though. It's a beautiful little town. In fact, there should be a job board I can access here. Yeah, I don't actually know what I can do about that one. I've tried to adjust it as much as I can. But there's only so many graphics card settings, and this game was never meant to be run on this hardware. Like, they couldn't imagine the operating system, let alone the hardware. Whoa! Everybody's bunched up over here. Nice. Okay. This. I don't even need healing items because I have heal. I can actually cast my own healing spells. One of the very few classes that can. Slap! In fact, if I don't know Blessing, I'll be able to cast it through this for a while. Oh, not enough mana. Such a chill game. I don't even want to say these things out loud that are being blocked, but thank you so much. I super appreciate you protecting us all here, Dan. Oh no. No, no, no. The darkness that has come for us all. The true darkness we're trying to fight is that of our graphics cards dying. Just new scam. Okay. I mean, here's the thing. How long will it be before the same kind of bots that are used to like watch something, or say back in the day you'd have a bot that would be a spider or a crawler. It would just go onto a website and read all the text that's in place there, and it would store that in a repository somewhere or index it in some manner. And hope there's that blessing, free blessing. Didn't even have to have the mana for it. That's so cool. And so, how long until that equivalent is a thing for scanning audio? Because I'm certain that already exists, but how long before that's a common tool? Oh. I love this. I love that the skills are actually like, oh, hey, I have another skill point. Let's put it into agility. But I love the spells in this. They have a very, like, robust math system actually behind the calculation of how all these stats work in a way that I don't even fully understand after all this time because I've never been a big one for min-max number crunching to get like the absolute perfect thing. Except there was a short period of time on a private server I used to play on that. Could we stop with the flickering, please? I wonder if it's a full screen thing. Like, if I take it out of full screen, will it stop doing that? Or, like, this video config does nothing. Absolutely nothing. Trilinear. Sure, let's see what that do. I don't know what that do. Maybe it'll stop. Yay, we leveled. We're at level 7. Might actually have decent enough stats to be able to make it into the Payon dungeon, where we can go fight some skeletons. Where our heal spell actually becomes an attack skill. Please! 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 Thank you. How many more of these? 150. Don't think it would ever be common, honestly. Too specific to use in order to find bypass for things like block terms, but would get lots of use in forensic or hackers. Yeah, the flicker. Ugh. It's funny that casting a skill causes it to engage the card in a different way that makes that stop. Oh, let's see. Alt 8? No? No? Uh, of course, it doesn't show in there. Yeah, alright. Simplify aura, enable on. Simple aura off. I have no idea if that made any difference whatsoever. Nope, that made no difference whatsoever. A ghost? Unless you're level 140, I won't talk to you. Okay, bud. I want to say there's an Eden officer around here. Yep, there she is. No, I'm not selling you a white herb for 150 gold. Zenny, whatever. Got so much going on in here. Wait, did I... Okay. More agility, because we're gonna need it in a sec here. Now, if I remember correctly, I am not currently built for doing like spell-based damage, because this character is going to be a physical build that's backed by magic. But that means that like my heal skill won't really do as much healing as it could, or as much damage as it could in the case of like skeletons. Yeah, let's drop 495 bottles on the ground. The fact that I wasn't getting any kind of regeneration was actually becoming a problem. And very much will become a problem in the upcoming area here. Let's go ahead. Actually, we're going to use the scroll-based versions of these instead. Just because they're going to be a bit more powerful. It's funny to see how much that blessing increases all of our stats, so it actually gives us like plus, I want to say 30% more health and mana. Alright, here we go. Payon Dungeon. Fight a zombie. Okay, doable. Very doable. The difference being, though, these zombies are hostile. I can't just stand back. They will attack. The skeletons, on the other hand, could wreck me if I try to fight one. Uh-oh. Thank you. Yeah, those would also be a problem. Can we stop with the flickers? Why? Wow, that is a lot of loot on the ground. This might not be tenable. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that's a lot of zombies. We're just gonna warp. Let me see. Yeah, we're gonna exit to Windows. We're gonna try one different setting on the rendering for this game. Hopefully that's the solution. I have 6 in total that I get to choose from, and most of them don't work because they try to operate on the wrong output. And I'm not gonna be playing the game while looking up here the whole time. Let's see here. It's not the expanded digital. Puppy Gamer. Steam. Common. Ragnarok. I have been inside this folder far too many times today. Setup. Currently on TNL HAL. Let's switch it to just HAL. We will also turn it down. Well, now, let's see what happens when I tell it not full screen mode. Oh, no. At the very least, let's get our music going back. Checking warp portal. So I guess we're checking something now. I may have just upset the game. There was a patch in the time that I was playing. Wow. 23 years, and this game is still receiving updates live. Okay. Hopefully that resolves whatever the issue was. Oh wow, I'm taking some damage! I died. I mean, I'm definitely not seeing the flicker this time, so that's cool. Oh geez, I have so many things going off at once. There's the gravity error handler, and we ignore it and continue playing anyways. Such a funny problem. Oh right, in a couple levels I can hire a hireling, which is something they didn't add until like 15 years into the game. been sitting here talking and muted. The increased agility ability is one of the best skills of the. Whoa, okay. So that changed what the flicker's doing, but it is still flickering in a different way. um, One of the best abilities is being able to walk faster if you're like a priest or a monk. It's so much nicer. Wow, my dexterity is not on par for this place. I'm also pretty low level for it. Let's do this again. Okay, so these are worth a pretty substantial amount of experience to this character. Very nice. So from here, more dex, because we need it, and more int, because we're... Oh no! Wrong button! Did not want to attack that Popol Rain. It would have destroyed me even faster than one of the skeletons. Got that blessing, which I want to say was a downgrade. That's unfortunate. Woo! Dangerous. Also, that zombie is extra dangerous. Cast this on myself. Continue my silly little way. Hello? No thank you. Also, no thank you. There's a lot of looting that I could be doing here, but I don't care to. That's somebody else's kills. Like, I might eventually just end up picking it up just through a Popol Rain, because they're the little vacuum cleaners of the dungeon. Let's see here. More into dexterity, because we were missing so much earlier. I want to correct that. Yeah, I like it when I know that the last, like, software strike, the attack that is between the counters that the player gets to interact with, will go off, will go off, while you are walking away. Like, actual speedrunner tech. Nope. Aw, it's a good spot to land, but we got those familiars. Also, regarding agility in this game, your total agility and flee rate, your ability to dodge and not be struck by enemies, is divided by the total number of enemies in front of you. This is the most logical and simplistic and mechanically sound version of this idea I've ever seen in any game. And more games need to make use of it. Those opals that I keep picking up, those are worth like 3,000 zenny. They're so valuable. Which, like, so are the Mandragora pieces that we were selling earlier. but these sell for that much to the NPCs, not to like a specific trader. Let's see, more agility, apply, okay. Over here, buff self, heal self, fly away. I'm trying to think. It must be a shift click thing. Nope. Nope. Okay. So it does about half as much damage as it does healing. Good to know. It's been so long since I've used anything like that. Because you can absolutely build a priest in this game that is designed for just healing things to death, quote unquote. We are gaining stats. I love the sound of the porings moving, it's so cute. Still not high enough to try and attack one of the skeletons, but almost high enough to be able to start picking up jobs. Come here, little bats. Hello, merchant. I'm sorry. This is more than I really want to be fighting, but hey, let's do this. Oh, that is way more than I should be fighting. Just intravenous potion drip. Does that say we're down to the 180s out of 500 that they initially gave me of those potions? Also, that nearly got me a full level ahead, so that's pretty nice. Increase agility, level 7. Just stacking that up as time goes by. I warp. I warp again. Bum 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 bum. We slapping. Peglin slapping noise. The pose that she stands in is like the trade offer. Oh no, she's got the mason hand. About to level up again. Oh no! I wasn't watching my health. I was watching my experience instead, because I am a fool. Oh, I'm not gonna have any of those yet. Okay. Well, good for that person. No, it's just gonna be best if I keep going. Where am I? None of these locations are useful. Thank you. Well, this isn't useful either. Oh boy, there I go looking for snacks again. Oh wait. Road trip. Love that. Welcome to Payon Village. I can't do any of these things yet. Let me through. Nice. We warp. That's too many. That's... Ah. Okay. Oh wow, I just got one-shotted. Combo strike. Alright, I think that actually wraps up that set of level-based capped quests from the Eden group, so I think I can go in here. Yep. New mission board. Hornet, Condor, Grasshopper, Wormtail, Spore, Pest, Muca, Familiar, Peko Peko, and Poison Spores. Okay. You'll note, I'm not good at playing the Acolyte. I can start an archer quickly. I can start a thief quickly. I can start a swordsman quickly. Those are all the classes I play semi-regularly. Hell, I have a decent idea of how to play a merchant and be able to solo because I had to grind my merchant for 4.5 years to get up to whitesmith, which is the tier above blacksmith. And I don't know why they named it this way. I don't know why this game is the way it is, but every isekai has its problems. Keep the familiars away from me. We're on walkies, not dies. I wonder if I can fight one of those skeletons yet. Nope. Not even. Is it showing a border? My apologies, folks. One moment. I only just noticed the white border around everything. Let me see if I can correct that. Ragnarok, where are you? IRO window capture. Okay, okay. So what if I slurp? And oh no. Well, all right. That takes care of that at least. That was a bad place for me to do that. Let's see, is there another spot that I would rather go right now that's a bit closer to my level? I could I could go. Oh god, I don't want to fight Muka. They're so loud. But I could go south of here and fight Boa. Let's go there. We're gonna fight little snakes. Now, if I can remember exactly how this map goes, map view. I'll put this over here because I don't need to see all that other stuff. Oh, there's my little face on the map. That's cute. I wish they did that all the time. That's a person. I would love to be able to see the other players' heads on the map when doing parties, but having it in the mini map. Like this big map's cool, but well, I don't know. I guess they figured it out that not everybody wants to see all the quest log stuff all the time, and there's no better way that they've figured out yet to like display that information. So having the map cover it makes sense by default. Hello, you are too high level for me. Oh no. Oh, okay. Bigfoot ringleader. Can't fight those either. Everything's too high for me. Also. Hey, that int is slowly stacking up. When we first tried to do a heal, it was only 40. Now it's 66? Not bad. Oh. Okay, we got Fabra and Creamies again. And Willows. Red mushroom, black mushroom. Please don't fight that. What's this? What are you? Nothing I can make use of. And my character can't see through this column. Cool. Oh. Oh. Well, I know where to go if I want to fight a lot of creamies. A lot. Oh. I wish I had the character build for that. My swordsman could just run in here and clean house. Okay, this is just a room full of pain. Wait, what? No! No! Ah! I warp. Wow, that actually worked? Nice. I actually warped to the other side of that. Using the... What are you? A Fabra ringleader. I smash. It's a bit like using a chorus fruit from Minecraft. The way that the localized teleports work with the fly wings. It's fairly similar to that. Like it's somewhere nearby, but no real control. Is this the place with the strawberry snakes? Strawberry snake! We smash. Sometimes these snakes drop strawberries. Usually players will buy strawberries for anywhere from 1,000 to 5,000 zenny. Wormtail. This is the area that the game says I'm supposed to be leveling at. It's supposed to kill 20 of these. Can I just... No. That's another thing that I actually legitimately miss from playing on a private server is better camera control. And the fact that built into the game you are limited to a very shallow view. Strawberry. game's so cozy. Alright, now here, I ask of you folks. Oh ye chat. Jeremy. Should I jump into a different character? Or should I just get put to sleep? Or should I keep playing as the Acolyte? Because I do have other characters that I can show off some of the other gameplay styles on them. You'll see that most of them, because I do speed builds, are based on using the base attack ability and then supplemented by whatever secondary abilities. But there are much more active gameplay styles, and everybody builds their characters a little bit differently accordingly. Long time ago, back when I actually used to run a guild with my mother on a private server, she would use like very slow, high luck, high strength builds for her knights with like some constitution and usually like high int and whiz, so she could just keep smashing with skills all the time. And the character was not built for self-sustaining, like required a constant intravenous drip of potions to be able to like go adventuring, and half of her carry weight would be just carrying those potions out into battle. Hey, we know level 10 now. Okay. Got a hat. The wormtails are like little seed pod cats. High dex means being able to hit things more often and a better minimum damage. Increase it far enough and you'll always do the exact same damage all the time. It's kind of strange. Also, it increases your spellcasting speed, so with a high enough dexterity, a mage could theoretically cast god tier spells without any spellcasting time whatsoever. You'll note by comparison, spells like my increase of agility take me about 2 seconds or so to cast. And some spells, like Lord of Vermilion, has a base cast time of 30 seconds, and that only gets cut by having high dexterity and anything that will do an outright reduction, like percentage from certain skills or equipment that you can pick up. On private servers, you can you can actually break some of the stat limitations and be able to get your character to a point where they can even cast spells like Lord of Vermilion without any cast time whatsoever. You can just spam multiple instances of it on the ground. There's a fight going on behind this tree. I got some mushroom spores. How's it going, Koi? Welcome in. We're playing some ultra chill Ragnarok Online, the free, critically acclaimed MMORPG. Ooh, I got a card. Let's see what's on it. Fun little reward. 5% chance of inflicting poison, plus 5 attack damage. Goes on a weapon. Let's take a look. Look at that art! This is a fun little like Easter egg in the game. Is if you actually look at card art built into the game, most of it is done by Lee Myung-jin, the original artist of the comics. Let's see. This one has a geographer card. This one is an immune shield. Oh, the shield just comes with immune on its own. Teleport cat hand glove. It's got a creamy card on it. Creamies are those butterflies that we've been seeing all over the place. But yeah. Also, I forgot that I have the ability to cast teleport. Hold on a sec. Miscellaneous. No? Ah. Teleport level 1. There it is. That's interesting. Okay. So I don't need fly wings anymore after this. I was thinking I was going to have to go buy some. But my character is quickly becoming self-sustaining out in the field. She didn't have the necessary like int stat before to afford to just cast teleport at will all the time, but is getting there. Like, heal still takes up a decent chunk of our mana. We can also improve that though. For each point that we put into it, I think it increases our heal by like skill level times magic attack. So if we're doing roughly 60 now, oh, we got poisoned. Then we can estimate that current magic attack is roughly 20. Again? Really? We're going to put more points into Divine Protection so we can eventually get Blessing maxed all the way. And that's going to be our base attack skill build. Okay, another level. Cruising right along. This is apparently the appropriate level for my character at this point. Thank you, Koi! I just read the second message, I'm so sorry. A little distracted by, this silly MMO! Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I appreciate folks giving me the support. I posted in the announcements on my Discord, Milky Taro bought me a cake and then took the time to like draw on there. It was really cute. Aw, Ami. Thank you. Also, anybody else that does decide that they would like to get in on this, like, open invitation. Feel free to join me on a silly little adventure in Rune Midgar. Zero pressure. I don't care if you're new to any MMOs whatsoever, or if you're a veteran of the series. Like, you are welcome to come level up with me because we all share experience and items anyways. That's a lot of mushrooms here. We're gonna get Blessing actually built up, and then by then it'll be nearly time to switch over to even harder skeletons than the ones that we were trying to fight in the first place. In fact, I may actually bypass the usual dungeon for getting new equipment that you get through Cryotura, and instead just opt for going my own way, and eventually coming back for one of their higher level things to get more advanced gear than what they'll be offering initially. Because it's really not worth my time to have to go through the desert and do their quest in the area that they're going to make me do. What I can't remember though is it going to default me to the Thief Bug dungeon, which I would definitely have problems at, or is it going to be Payon dungeon? If it's Payon, then it won't be a problem. Because Payon's where we are, it's where the skeletons were. And having divine protection allows us outright damage reduction from zombies and skeletons and stuff. It's really good. Nice. This job and base. Nice. Let's see. Keep increasing that dex. We're gonna need it. No matter what, we're gonna need it. Plus, I want to say that for every, 5 points of dexterity are equivalent to 1 point of agility. So it will also further improve our overall attack speed when we are doing the Raging Trifecta Palm Strike. Oh, I cannot wait for that. It is actually really satisfying to watch, because the two main speed build characters in the game for just sheer number of attacks per second would be either the Assassin Cross, which is my main class, my main character. She can attack upwards of 8 times per second if given the correct equipment. But a monk can break that. They can go up to 12 attacks per second because they get an ability called the Raging Trifecta Blow. And the only other comparable character that can hit something that many times, even remotely comparably, is the Hunter, which, with a very specific character build, can have their Falcon attack things for them at roughly that same attack speed. But it costs items and is not an easy build to run after you get it set up for exactly that, because it doesn't necessarily make you the most effective in combat or the most survivable. And those are two very different things. You can be extremely effective in this game and not survivable at all. And that's part of why you'll see me just not care if I'm at a spot where I die and then respawn and walk back in and die and respawn and walk back in, because I don't tend to play characters that are built for chill out in the field for 6 hours and do the exact same thing over and over. Which, yes, I can. Obviously, you can see that happening. But that's not how all characters are built, my assassin especially. The only way for her to properly regenerate is to do something like this and sit down in a field and just wait for her mana to recover and wait for her health to recover, because she doesn't even have access to the heal spell. That's not a common one. There's only 3 classes in the game that get it. Well, looks like our blessing faded. Recast that. Recast this. Start slapping. And we'll go ahead and use a concentration potion. Wait, what is this? Oh, strawberry. And traditional rice cake. Recovery. Nice. Downloading as we speak. Oh, okay. Well, I am currently planning on playing a monk, which is technically a support class. The monk is built off of the acolyte, so they get a lot of the base things like heal, increase agility, blessing, as well as protection from evil and increased damage against demons and undead and stuff. So if you decide that you also want to play a monk, they are very fun. I want to say, let's see here. Filton is planning on playing a paladin, so they are a novice still and about to go up to a swordsman. The six base classes that you'll be looking at are fighter, or I guess swordsman, thief, mage, acolyte, which is what I am right now, merchant. I know I'm missing one. Archer. And there's also some other classes that you can get, like gunslinger or taekwondo kid or ninja. Those are all their own specialized ones, but like basics are the ones that are easy to access, easy to get to, easy to start out as. And like each of those branch out. In fact, let me jump into Discord real quick. I have a image that I sent Filton for this exact thing. Wait, was that? No, I didn't pasture chat. Okay, so we'll do it this way instead. Classes. Go over here. Yep. And what's funny is on my personal server, which was originally a Ragnarok Online guild server for my guild, Takoyapi, I actually have an entire character builds channel for specifically this, but it doesn't get used for this anymore. Now it gets used for things like D&D quotes and memes, and it's fun, but it's not the original intended purpose. Posting this in gaming as well as where is my little bunny? There we go. So this shows the 2-1 and 2-2 job classes. Those are alternate classes. You choose one or the other. So once you've gone through swordsman, you either become a knight or a crusader. If you finish mage, you become a wizard or a sage. You don't get both. Recast this real quick. Also, when you do get this plane, it will have some errors, some glitches. One of the ones that I immediately ran across in this was the part where it tells you the game will no longer play and is currently experiencing a graphics card issue. You can just alt tab back into the game and keep playing. Dancer does have heals. Dancer is required. I hate this. Femme. You have to play a assigned female character creation, AFAC, in order to play as a dancer. They do have some heals. They have a lot of fun support abilities. I want to say that their primary weapon is a whip, so I think that you'd be entertained by that. And I think that they also get the ability to sling arrows. Gender lock in an MMO? Preposterous. Yeah, I know. Especially in nearly quarter-century old MMO. Thankfully, the people that have designed this game did actually pull their heads out at one point and allow for your entire account to have different gendered characters, because it used to be your entire account was gendered one or the other, and that was it. There was nothing else, and I would love to have a non-binary character. I truly would. I would love to be able to like choose between bard or dancer. Free will, but no, you have to have AMAC or AFAC. Oh, yeah, Talkie Dog has a rant. Don't get me started on poly things. This game's only got monogamy. You can only get married to one person, and they got weird things about being able to have baby characters, and this, no. Why? Why do that? Why baby in my game? No. Although I do like, with married characters, there is a very cute aspect of a spell called I Miss You, and it allows you to summon your spouse. I still don't think they allow same-sex marriages in this game, and it's a... I would like it if they did! Gravity, please! Gravity, I think I'm the only American streamer currently talking out loud, so please listen! Gravity has done a lot of work on this game over the years, and it has definitely like grown with its own quirks and systems and being able to play inside those systems without completely breaking them. There's actually an entirely separate Ragnarok Online 2 DNC. Oh, Dancer. I have a Dancer because of exactly that. I wanted to have a cute waifu character, and it took me so long to actually get her up to there, but it was worth it. I like the Dancer. She's fun. Also, like any character classes that you can think of from Final Fantasy 14 or hell, Final Fantasy 12 that were not directly inspired by Final Fantasy 5, and I'm being really specific here. They probably came from Ragnarok. I love watching Overlord and how I got reincarnated as a slime. Bard is locked to AMAC. Yep. Clown is locked to AMAC. The wrong word for Romani is locked to AFAC. Which I think that's the thing is like I have to go through 125 levels as that bloody title if I want to get to the tier 5 character class of Wanderer. And I absolutely want to get there, but that's even further than my main character. Like I have been playing her for years and years and years, and I still haven't made it to tier 5 character classes with her. And I want to go do it on a whole nother character. I actually want to do it on a few of them. I was talking earlier about my strange little party of friends and or I don't know, maybe people that live together, maybe a polycule. I'm not sure what the headcanon fully is on it, but my characters that all know each other and help take care of the same homunculus. That the alchemist that summoned that homunculus still needs to work on their relationship with their own homunculus, which is like their actual experience system that is separate from the characters, and it allows you to evolve them like Pokemon style into other specialized evolutions. And right now, the one that I have, Vanelmirth, is like a cute little slime, and as a homunculus for the alchemist will like cruise around on the ground and attack nearby things. And needs to eat. I think it's like jalopy and scallops and various other or what is it? Skells? I think it's just skells. Just the various items, trash items that you find from certain enemies. And the one time that I ended up like actually throwing money at this game was for a cash shop item that is that Vanelmirth, that same little slime, as a hat. So I can equip that hat on any of my other characters, and it'll throw in free bolt spell attacks, which like I don't even care about. Most of my characters don't have int as a stat, so it's not relevant to them in the first place. But it's really fun to have this silly little hat that ties all of my other characters together. They all know each other. They're all taking care of that slime, taking on adventures, giving it experiences so it can grow into the best homunculus it can. And my eventual goal that I hope for, I can't guarantee either because you don't get to choose what you evolve them into. They choose on their own. But there is a chance, a 1 in 4 chance, that when Vanelmirth upgrades far enough and evolves far enough, will become a werewolf, which is a separate entity known as Eleanor. And if I get to have Eleanor the werewolf as my friend, hanging out on all my adventures as homunculus, like, that'd be a dream. But long before I can get there, I have so many other things to do in this game, and that's in this game. That's not even including all of my other projects and stuff. But that's just it. I've been playing this game for forever, and I probably will continue for forever, off and on. As long as it remains supported, as long as I can keep logging into these servers, I will keep playing this game. Cracks me up so much to see people doing the revival of World of Warcraft challenges on the classic servers, because like here, all right, fine, you're gonna do that? I'm gonna do the direct competitor for that game in its heyday. We're level 17. I want to point out we've gained 10 levels in just the last 30 minutes of me ranting. We're just about at a point where it's nearly time for me to switch over to the dungeon instead, because these enemies are actually getting to where I can readily and easily fight them, which means I should be able to do the same with the undead. That also tells me I probably have some skill points I can spend. Yeah. Apply. Okay. We now know Blessing level 1, which is better than nothing. I'm supposed to kill 150 boas for that job board thing, and I'll get a bunch of experience for it. If I was to do every enemy on that job board, I would get one of those battle manuals. Which is kind of tempting, to be honest, because the Acolyte takes so bloody long to level up. I hate it. There's actually like an old speed leveling route that I might come back around and do. Depending. Because there's a spot that I can go to long before I'm supposed to be able to, if I've got the right loadout. Okay, we're about to level up again. Honestly, I think I want to keep fighting the boas until I get that 150. That's worth going for at this level. How many of these spores have we done? 23. Need to fight more of those. Okay. Let's see. Let's put some more into agility. Still not yet any higher on attack speed. Uh-oh. There we go. Oof. DNC. I love that you used the Final Fantasy abbreviation for the character class. Like, if you had done like Dark Knight, I also might have got it. Almost said Bard. Yep. This is great. I love the idea of you doing of you and eventually end up streaming this with your Final Fantasy avatar. Also, you may note that a lot of the aesthetic style of some of the things that I've done with my characters' outfits, they might be a little borrowed from this game. Actually, it really, really shows through in my art because Between Chris Metzen of Blizzard, the person that did all the artwork behind the grim dark style that is Sanctuary and Diablo, um, Lee Myung-jin is just as much of an influence on my art style and their comics, especially. I didn't even get a chance to read a whole lot of them. Like I barely remember the story of Chaos. Also, what an edgelord main character name, Chaos. I'm Shadow the Hedgehog. Chaos control. Nine more snakes. I have to murder 9 more snakes. It keeps putting me in the same places. There we go. Oh, the spores drop strawberries too. Good to know. The reason that strawberries are actually so valuable is, and it's actually kind of interesting. This is a part where like server economy actually means something. Strawberries have a percent value to the recovery amount. It says it restores 18 to 28 of your mana, but that's not true. It actually recovers a set percentage value, and that number does not change in the text. Did it actually get so cold that the air conditioner thinks, oh wow. Okay. Take 2. One moment, folks. My apologies. My AC turned itself off thinking that it's cold in here, and it's not. Like, I'm sweating. uh, there we go. Good question. I believe it's chaos, but let me verify. I would rather not point you to the wrong direction. So we're going to exit this out. In fact, let's see here. We're about to tune. Yeah, you know what? We'll go ahead and take a break here. We'll take a short break. We'll play some silly music, and once I come back, we'll go ahead and get you set up on there as well. See you folks in just a moment. I need to use the restroom. I need to actually grab water. I grabbed ice and oh, well, I guess my ice turned into water. That works. Oof. And I need to eat something. So, one moment. Oh, ye nerds out there, I have an idea that I would love to someday see brought to fruition. And I know that the likelihood is so small of it ever being a thing. But could you imagine playing Metroid Prime, the Metroid first person shooter horror game, in first person? Like actual first person, using a headset, a VR headset, perhaps even a meta headset, and having that full range of motion, being able to like duck and dodge, and I would absolutely break something by trying to jump. That's the problem. Let's go ahead and launch this. So funny. Starting a brand new character and I'm already almost level 20. Green. Chaos. We are on Chaos. We have Sandwife and the Sandwife. Level 97 Assassin Cross. Whoops. And pause the silly music. No, that didn't work. Why? Pause. There we go. Love that gravity error handler. Doing absolutely nothing. Not that it ever did anything useful to begin with. The ability to ignore it is so satisfying to me after all this time. Ah, we completed one of the sport quests. Hell yeah. Also, everybody, prepare for a lot of numbers and explaining the inner mechanics of the game to a new player. Feel free at any point to slow me down, because I can run a million miles an hour about the details of this one just as readily as I can about the lore of Diablo or the mechanics of, say, 2nd edition D&D. I know Ragnarok inside and out in ways that I probably shouldn't, just because I've seen both the way it behaves inside of its limitations on the base servers and how it has, since its initial inception, all the way through to the... Oh, jeez. I'm standing on a place where once upon a time there used to be a teleport for a map, and there no longer is. But also seeing what things do outside those limitations when you go onto places like the private servers, where stats aren't limited to 99. You can go ahead and increase your intelligence to 150, get your attack speed up to 195, or if the person running the private server really screwed up and they didn't actually put an attack speed cap on there, you could bring it all the way up to 200, which is theoretically infinity. I.e., a beam of death in the shape of whatever weapon you're wielding. Let's see here. This also puts me at a funny, silly spot where money starts to become relevant if I want to hire a mercenary. And for the purposes of a support character, it's kind of necessary. Oh, that's all the good. That's all the boas and all the wormtails that I needed to get. So I can just go back to town now. This one. Go over here. We turn in this quest. See, we're at level 19, job level 21. Wait, what? Oh, wrong jobs. Never mind. Job level 20 with base level 22. This one's for Bigfoot skeleton, soldier skeleton. We're going to hunt all those as well. In fact, that puts us, let's see here, at level 20. I think I have to be level 21 before it'll give me the next set of jobs. Well, let's go try and fight inside here. Oh, we got more stats for blessing. Put that over there. Bless. Increase agility. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 ba da bum bum ba dum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba bum bum. Rum bum bum ba da bum bum bum. Bum 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 ba da bum bum bum. Bum 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 ba dum bum bum ba bum. Oh, I went too early. I have to turn up there. Ooh. Huh? I don't see where that alert came from. Let's see here. Mercenary Guild member. Hire mercenary. Level 1. Need to be level 15 or higher and pay 7,000 zenny. I'll take a few contracts. We'll do one more. And where did those go? Bowman Skull. Okay, good. Cast. And now we have a little mercenary named Mina. Come on with me. Let us go get in trouble in these dungeons, Mina. Oh, in fact, since I'm an acolyte, I can do this for you. No way. Very nice. Now we're talking. Alright, let's see about this familiar. Did it kill my archer? It killed my archer! Aw, I'm sorry, Mina. Oh, I suppose I should also pick up the job quests for the skeletons and whatnot. We'll wait until I die, because it will happen. Oh, my ribs. They be moitering me. Free blessing. It's all mine. Out of mana? Okay. Keep going. Well, time to sit down for a second and let my character heal. This gives her an opportunity to also recover mana a little bit faster. Which this is where having that higher int stat actually comes into play. So it may be time. I'm looking at my stats here. I could continue to increase my dexterity because that has been helping. I also need to continue increasing my agility in general to remain competitive against these skeletons and various other things around here. But having more intelligence would probably be beneficial overall. Same with more vitality. Just some raw damage reduction to try and make us a bit more robust, and theoretically improve the effectiveness of any incoming healing. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's a bit better. Well, let's give this a try. No longer receiving natural healing or mana recovery. Ooh, yeah. That would be a death knell then. Oh, wrong enemy. That is not what I meant to attack. Holy 160 damage! Can I kill a Poporine without dying? No, but I can get really close, which means I probably can kill one if I don't have major injuries to start with. Okay. Well, let's go over here to the Eden group. Da-ba-dum, bum-bum-bum-bum. Da-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Hey, very nice. Get all. That's 2 more levels. Nice. Let's just keep throwing all that into int. We're going to need it. And one of it. Keep upgrading blessing. Eventually we'll get there. Bum 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 bum. And I'm still doing all this with just the gear that I started with and the stuff that I had in my inventory. I'm not even using anything like all that special. This is just me dinking around. Let's see. What do we have? Let's organize these. 5. Gear base. 80. Can I equip a mace? No, I cannot equip a mace. Okay. Let's put this novice gear away. Equip the strawberry. Been waiting to do that. Okay, so can't equip the book. Or any of these yet. Alright, yeah. I did just grab the best one. It wasn't a level limit thing. Dang. And all of this won't really come into play either for quite a while. Silversmith bracelet, last laugh. Gaining race laughter each time an undead. Requires level 60. Bloody hell. Yeah, that's all of those. Okay. Novice jobs. Not happening. Whoops. Smile assistance. No thank you. Bum 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 ba-dum bum bum ba-dum. We get the zoomies, we get the zoomies, we go zooming. Also, during PvP events like the War of Imperium and whatnot, you get limited on what you can use for your various abilities, your various items. Certain stuff could only be used like once every X number of minutes, or in some case X number of seconds. And it's I'm trying to think of a good way to describe it. Hell yeah. Those are good experience. I don't remember what I was saying, but that's totally fine. Speaking of. Oh no. Oh no. Don't attack both of these. Bad idea. Good job though. Dang. Good teamwork. No! Oh. Finish quest. Numa, Warp Portal. Oh yeah! Acolytes can inherently learn Warp Portal. Ruach. Can attack invisible enemies with Ruach. It's a very situational thing, and it's mainly used for, like, PvP again. The opposite of a support character. Because what is a priest without a few curses? Wow, that potpourri had a lot of stuff in it. Oh, I was gonna say, speaking of things that make me forget, that's really funny. I forgot what I was gonna say. It was about that. Cheers, everyone. Every once in a while, panic, thinking that the enemy's life bar that I'm looking at is mine. And I'm like, oh no, I have to heal. But no, it's just me beating up the enemy. can now fight nearly everything in this dungeon, which is pretty nice. It feels good. Oh no. I love activated skill on chance abilities. The last time that I quit this game for like a long period of time on purpose was because I had acquired a card that was very, very special and very, very rare. See, cards in this game only have a 0.05% chance maximum of ever dropping. Doesn't matter what you have. There's only a 1 in 200 chance at the most that you'll ever get a card off of an enemy. Which means that there are days that you can beat down the same mob over and over and over all day and you will never get a card. There's some days that you will. You saw earlier, I fought, whoa. I fought 150 boas, more than 150 boas. I received one card, and that was at a normal drop rate. What was I going to say with that? There are certain mobs, like bosses, for example, whose drop rates are closer to 1 in 20,000, and you can only fight X number of those mobs per hour or per day in some cases. For example, if you're playing as a high-level assassin and you want to get the Qatar of Cold Icicle, you have to fight one of two different enemies. One is an MVP, so a big boss that's normally designed to be fought by many players, that spawns only on one map once every 2 hours, or a separate spot where only three of a character or of the specific mob are spawned on the map every 20 minutes. And the drop rate is reduced even further on that one. I want to say, I'm not entirely sure, but it's for a rare item. Cards are even more rare than most of the ultra rare items that you'll come across, because in the event of like an MVP card, they'll usually have some sort of game-breaking mechanic built in. For example, if you manage to find the Dark Lord card, it will cast Meteor Storm at will, at random, on an ability use. Just, you attack something, and you have that slotted into your weapon, there's a chance that you're going to summon meteors from the sky for free. All the damage you can want, as long as you got the stats to match it, so you'd end up wanting to build the character towards it. I had an Assassin Cross who had come across a card. It was the Injustice card. It's for a very high level mob. I think you have to be about level 130 minimum to start really fighting them, or have a very large party that is extremely well buffed and outfitted. And they spawn all over this one dungeon, but in such abundance that, once again, the drop rate is extremely reduced. And you're more likely to be like overwhelmed like this, like what's happening right now, than you are to actually fight any of those in a manner that lets you try and grind for equipment. And you're not going to be able to do it until you're at least, like I said, level 130, which means tier 3, tier 4 characters. A lot of time invested into the game just to get to that point, and usually you need an entire party to do it, not solo play like I do. I had come across one of these cards. I actually managed to buy it for something like 60 million zenny, because I do a lot of buying and trading and selling in this game as a way to be able to afford my various adventuring needs, i.e. things like that card. And it had a chance of casting an ability that would attack for free with a proc. I want to say it was a 15% chance to cast a max level version of one of my character's main attack abilities, regardless of what weapon they had equipped. So they could actually break the equipment limitations of the skill. This thing just cast darkness on me. No, I'm gonna sit down. Okay. But it would give me basically an additional 5,600% attack damage on a 1 in 15, or I mean a 1 in 8 chance per hit with an attack of 8 attacks per second, which meant that she was just going to be doing that all the time. So I got a really nice weapon that I held off for a really long time to be able to use. Needed to be an Assassin Cross specific item. And I finally got her up to the character class conversion point where she was high enough level to finally become the class necessary to use the weapon. I put the card in the weapon, I went to upgrade the weapon, I went to the safe limit because there's a certain limit that you can go to before there's a chance that your item will break on trying to upgrade it. And then rather than hit close, I accidentally hit go again. And I destroyed so much money and so much effort and so much time for a card that I will never find that cheap on the open market ever again. I don't think I'm ever going to see that item again. And so that was actually that was such a big deal because I had been planning and building everything for my character around that item build for the last 100 and something levels. And I messed all that up with the wrong click at the wrong time because I just sometimes that happens and it sucks. And I stepped away, and that was right around the time that that event was coming up for the hunting armor, the true hunting ring. And I gave up in the middle of like I was about halfway done with getting the true hunting gear. I just stopped caring because it didn't matter. It didn't matter after losing that item. And B went and did that quest anyways, and even though their character was a spellcaster that was not built for the combat damage base of that ring, they went and did that quest and got me that item. It was really sweet of them. And so I came back, and I still do. Like, they didn't need to do that, and eventually I would have come back. But sometimes you do have to, like, kind of take a break. It just years, I lost literal years of effort when that happened. I'm pretty impressed that this archer is able to just take out zombies on the fly on her own. Oh yeah. So much loot, and it's all mine. About a third of the way through that skeleton quest. So that's looking pretty good. Running short on mana though. Oh, well, I guess that solves that. Just keep putting more points into intelligence, I guess. Hmm. I wonder if I should try changing up on what we're gonna play for the evening. We've made a decent way here. We're about at the 3 hour mark. I don't know where Ami went. I was hoping that I'd actually get a chance to show them the ropes on the beginning stuff of the game. Thank you, Archer. Mina. Oh, we're facing some server-side lag. That's fun. Love that. Good stuff. You're in tutorials. Oh, okay. Oh, Archer. No. We just hit our weight limit again. But we also hit level 25, which means that next time we go to town, we'll be upgrading our hireling as well. There goes our hireling. And probably us in just a second here. Oh, maybe not. Got a few more breaths left in us. Second wind! Yep, alright. Back to save point. I want to say that we got a bunch of kills that we can turn in. Let's... I want to take a look at my general message. Progress. 54 out of 150 on those skeletons. Okay. So we are not even close to... Hey... Hey, game? Oh, no. Ooh, Helm of Angel. I haven't seen one of those in a minute. Oh! Yeah, let me move my screen, please? Maybe? No? No, I just get to oh, no. No, let me move my screen. There we go. No! It won't let me go up above into my other monitor. Like, it doesn't detect that there could ever be the possibility of another monitor. Yes, correct, Sandwife. F. Uh, grab the whole chat. No, the whole chat. Please undock the chat. This doesn't help. Let's see here. Don't show... Oh. Oh. Yeah, don't show damage. That's all that really needs to be cut out of this. Is it battle message? Damaged equipment is fine. Party configuration is fine. Abnormal status. Item get drop. Regular message, public chat. All that's fine. I just don't need battle damage. We're just gonna take this. I can't believe it's doing this to me. Oh, thanks. Thanks for just docking in there anyways. I did not tell you to do that. Okay. Helm of Angel. This helm used to be so cool. It was like the ultimate meta in the game. Now there's stuff in here that I'm like, wow, these look awesome. I've never seen anything like these before. And they're just kind of like stock and standard to the game now. Eden group, please. Hello, Speakle. Oh, I haven't even completed the familiar yet. Okay, well. Were any of these level 1s? No. Also, I'm gonna double check a thing. Eden group. Aeon dungeon. Option A, 26 to 32. Skeleton and Poporing. Okay. So I need to gain one more level and then I can go for the quest in the dungeon that I'm already in. Somebody just dropped 10 amethysts on the ground. Okay. I'm sorry to whoever did that, but those are mine now. They're gonna help me pay my way through blacksmithing college as an acolyte. Yeah. Oh, Hollengren. I will never forgive you. Weapons merchant. If I were an archer, this place would be awesome. But I'm not. Nice, 50,000. Not a bad chunk of change. Also, that explains why I wasn't healing, because I was overweight. Weight limits. Okay, you're at the Prontera field west of Islud. I will head over there. Uh... Hmm... Well, I can go over there and I can help you, but I'm about 10 minutes away from finishing a job quest that'll also get me gear that'll make me more effective. Let me go over to where you're at. We'll take a warp over to Prontera. Oh, I guess I could also get a spearman. Oh yeah, you're playing as a dancer, right? So you're gonna be an archer build. Bum, bum. VoIP will probably work a lot more effectively than in-game chat since I'm struggling to get the in-game chat window to work. Let's see here. I will switch over to... Oh, I'm already in stream voice. Perfect. Yeah. Feel free to drop in. Ooh. gonna let my mana recover as we walk across the landscape here. It doesn't take that long to walk. I don't need to have increased agility turned on all the time. But I sure do love it. And it really does spoil you, because like you get used to it, and then you start playing characters that don't have it, and it is misery. Okay. I am over at the bridge on the western side of Prontera, or western side of Islude. Hello, hello.
Okay, one sec. Discord coming through.
Yep. I'll have to adjust some stuff in OBS too, because you are currently an abstract square. That over here, grab my OBS and my VC face and move me over here. Probably shrink your avatar just a bit further. Okay. Nope. I didn't. I failed to hit the
Still
button.
pretty big.
Hey! Is that you?
I didn't know how easily you could grab a little capture and do that.
What do you mean?
Like, you adjust my Discord profile picture
Oh.
and get it onto your stream like that.
It's part of Fujitech. If you'd like, I can actually get you a link for that so that you can set up
cool.
reactive images and stuff. My Fujitech display. Oh wait, I'm stealing experience from you this way. I'm sorry. Here, take this instead.
Okay.
I take
How
it
do I
your
full
shadow
screen?
Asia. Oh, you'll need to close the game entirely, go to the Steam directory, open up the Ragnarok directory, open setup.exe, and specify
I'm
the
gonna stop you right there. I
full screen.
downloaded their custom client and not through Steam.
Well, wherever you wait, that's even more impressive because it didn't used to link the two, so that's cool. Now I know I can tell people they can use the built-in Warp Portal client. So wherever you have Warp Portal installed, there's going to be a rag.exe and a setup.exe. I think one's a fighter and one is a picture of a blue slime. You'll open the blue slime one, but it'll have a thing where you specify like what resolution, whether you want it in full screen or not. I do not recommend going like 1920 by whatever that the other number is. You won't be able,
1080.
yeah, you won't be able to read anything. I can't read shit. I keep having to like Also, once you get to level or job level 5, job level 6, let me know and I'll invite you to a party.
Okay. I'm in the Warp Portal folder and it has RO Media 1, 2, and 11. Those are
Good.
the only files I see.
Good luck.
Oh no.
You installed it through a different process. I cannot help you any
Yeah.
further.
Fair enough.
That's amazing, though, that it let you onto the same server. I take it you were Shadow Azure?
No.
Oh, okay. I just
Imprints that
randomly
on me.
blessed somebody else.
Oh, cool. Wait. Okay, I see myself in the same place that you are on your stream, so maybe it's not cross-client. Maybe I do need the Steam version.
Yep. That is the way I understand it.
Cool.
My apologies. You're going to have to re-download everything.
That is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I wish that they had fixed that. And I was like, hopeful when you said that they'd actually finally fixed it, but no. No. This game, they don't care.
Yeah. Okay, I already have it downloaded through Steam, apparently.
Oh, hey. Well, tell it to
Wait.
launch. It'll go through
Oh,
the.
did I uninstall it? Oh yeah, I think I did. Shoot. Alright, that'll take a minute.
Yeah. Well, after that, it's the Steam version of it only downloads through till like November of last year, and then the client, the custom client that you just saw, you're gonna have to let it patch through to today. Whoa, I didn't even see this before, and so that took me on my connection. I want to say that took me like 20 minutes, anyways, because I just went and reinstalled it on a Milky Taros machine because they were getting a rag exe error. I wonder if I can fight a Creamy yet on my own as an acolyte. This is a bad idea. Oh, there you are. Dang it! Hell yeah. I slap. I am the slappiest. This is how I'm going to get to my next level.
Do you think I'm going all in on dancer, so I will be a hunter?
Mm-hmm. Which honestly is a... What is happening? What? Huh? I'm being tagged in another stream because I have active words for ping. Well, this has finally come back to bite me in the ass. Episode 100. A conversation. Are there any insane dog girls we can react to? What? I gotta close this chat. It's gonna get me in trouble. Oh, I'm so close to getting to level 26. And yet, so far. Also, I'm having a major delay on my teleport skill. Wow. I'm really glad that they finally made it so that, like, when a card drops the big event, it does the thing that other modern MMOs do of, like, make it highlight, make it make a noise, have a column of light coming up from the item. Oh no, it begins once more.
What hath dog wrought?
It's the fact that I have sand wife, puppy, dog, furry, various things like that. So when somebody is saying that, and they are referring to me in most cases in other chats, like that comes up. But if somebody is, say, for example, building a castle of glass in Minecraft, and you're talking about the thing that you need to make glass, you're going to say sand a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, give me more of those butterflies. Yeah. Slap that butterfly. Oh, hey, I'm back here. This person refuses to talk to me. Understood. Very well then, have a horrible day. Like the combat in this can be very reactive and feel like you're really in a fight, or it can be miserable and when you click you watch your character pause, dissociate for a second, watch the enemy walk by, and then start swinging.
What a move. How do you turn your camera?
Right click and drag.
Nice.
Double right click to recenter to north.
Got it. Steam says 99%, so it'll be done
Yay.
any day now.
Yeah. For that part. And then you have to run the launcher and do all the updates. Versus. Hey. Come on, creamy card. Oh, I got that level. That's more important. Please! The flicker, come on! No, I fixed this. Stop that. I already fixed this. God, that creamy just did half my health. Time to go back to Payon. Time to go back to Payon. Just keep clicking. Heal. Heal other people on accident. Oh yeah, we are having some funky lag. Love it.
Ooh, a succubus.
Yes, you can have a succubus or an incubus as a pet in this. I think the succubus is
Wow,
adorable
hi.
because she does a little heart thing. Note, if you have a pet in this game and you die a lot, they get upset at you.
Good to know. Can they leave you?
They can. I actually think they can. They'll end up like turning back into an egg, and they'll be considered like back at neutral, which is the worst state. Let's see here. Don't you have equipment? You are so honest. I have a uniform set. Okay, will I be training? Yes, participate in the training. You already seem ready. Send you to second step of course A, conquer the ghost cave. Okay. Yep. 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 That's the place that I'm already at. Thank you, buddy. I might actually have to close the game and come back in because of that really jaunty lag is uncomfortable as all. My hope is before your stuff is finished, I'm able to actually finish the Ghost Cave quest so that I can have actual armor instead of just this random stuff that I put together. Although I'm
That will
wearing,
likely be the case.
yeah, I'm torn about even using the armor, or well, I could use a better weapon. That would be great. But the armor that I built, this cloth shirt with like plus 100 health, plus 50 mana, and the ability to cast Bless when you get hit. That's pretty powerful.
Nice.
Speaking of, time to go get more powerful sentinels. I really like having the archer as my hireling in this. You can also get swordsman or spearman, but the archers work really well for the primarily melee builds that I run. Hire mercenary, yes, level 2. Yep, 14,000 zenny per each. Here goes all of the money that I was making from killing mobs.
For
Sure.
one set of armor.
No, for one archer contract. Every time an archer dies,
Oh,
that's a
hiring.
contract.
Ouch.
So I'm gonna buy 4 of these, which that's an uncountable amount of zenny. But it is worth it. It will definitely speed up my questing here. In fact, to further speed things up, I think I'm gonna save here. No, I don't want to because the Eden Group officer isn't here. Have you ever entered here? Yes. Skeleton. Fights 10 skeletons. Got it. That's... Wait, does it say out of 15? It does say out of 15. They told me to kill 10, and now it's like you have to go fight 15 skeletons.
Moving the goalpost on you.
I guess so. I am about to get stomped by this familiar. I should also remember to buff my hireling. Makes a difference. Got a valuable accessory. That's cool. Oh, I did level up. More agility. We could start using the higher attack speed soon. Eventually you start getting archers that have their own skills, and they'll be using stuff like double strafe for upwards of 1200% damage.
It's gonna be me. It's gonna be me.
True. I'm gonna have extra archers around.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, another familiar. Well, at least this time they're not gonna one-shot my archer. Oh, somebody just blessed me. Wait, they're using Magnum Break. What kind of a build are they? Magnum Break is a swordsman skill, but they're an acolyte. Like, I know that there's items that let you cross abilities. That means they have a Marine Sphere card attached to an accessory, most likely. But, like, that's a very... Like, I've never heard of somebody taking advantage of the intelligence bonus that you get as an acolyte and utilizing it as a warcaster with swordsman skills.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like, if you can think of a D&D build, you can kind of do it in this. It's... I love it. I love it. It's so silly. What if we cartoonified, animified your D&D? You get Ragnarok. It's another job level. I'm very thankful of this archer. She is keeping me alive. Level 8 blessing. 2 more levels, and I'll be auto-casting 10 for free whenever I get hit. The Toporing had an opal in it. That also reminds me I need to give you the opals and stuff that I pick up. Pile of gemstones. Just because they are liquid funds. I picked up a sword and a skull ring too. That or a wedding band. Okay, almost back up to full health. Increase agility. Why are we only just now getting the flicker? Is this a factor of just like general instability over time? Hey there, T-Waifu. We're playing an ancient Korean RPG that I love, called Ragnarok Online. It's free on Steam if you decide that you want to join the silliness. Wow, that archer just killed that familiar better than I could. Let's start doing something to fix that. 200 damage a hit. Wow. Hey there, Nyan. Whoa, got a whole squad coming in.
The famed Nyan Gosling.
So that's a full support priest that just came through and gave me every blessing that they could all at once.
Nice.
Aww. Thank you for gifting the gift sub. Also, love the emote shower. Enjoy
It
the
reminds
emotes.
me of the first MMO I got really into was another Korean MMO called Fiesta.
Fiesta.
And in the starting town, sometimes really high level clerics would come through and buff you for like 10,000% your base HP.
Wow. Yeah, there's like this unwritten etiquette thing of if you're gonna play a priest or an acolyte or a monk in this, and you see somebody walking by, just buff them. It's free to you anyway. Like
Right. It costs you nothing.
yeah, you're just a walking support tower.
That's so cool. See, they don't have something like that in Final Fantasy XIV, but I picked the next closest thing just as the res bot. So if I ever walk past someone who's dead, I can get him up right away. Okay, it launched. It's done.
It
How do I
launched.
full screen?
Close the game.
Right.
Open up your Steam Common or Steam app / Common.
Yes.
Go to Ragnarok. Go to setup.exe. Launch that. Specify the resolution you're looking for. And potentially look into whether you can change your graphic settings to TNL Howl. I put it on that for mine. It does not seem to have helped. Aw. Oh, wrong one. I have automated emotes. I also like that /ho is oh, there we go. Is a happy little note. Like ho ho ho. Oh, did I dissociate and start killing? Yeah, I did. I did it again. Okay, I need to I need to finish this quest. Ah.
Okay, so you said Steam apps.
Yep.
Yeah.
Common.
Common. Ragnarok. And then data?
Nope. Just Ragnarok. It'll be setup.exe.
Got it.
Oh, I gotta talk to this guy. Oftentimes when you do full screen it, it'll glitch out, so you'll have to alt tab out of it and alt tab back in, and it will like actually go full screen.
Okay.
Okay. You received a new quest. Is it kill familiars or zombies or poporings? What did I get? Oh, dang it. It's neither. It's poporings. Okay. At least this one's easy to collect the enemies. Because they just run towards wherever there's items. That is a lot of zombies. That is a lot of zombies. That is a lot more zombies than I want to deal with. Hey, Archer. Oh. Hell yeah. Thank you, Archer. You're awesome. I cast Heelys on you. Please? There we go. Nice. Getting some good experience in here now. Because finally starting to become combat capable. Okay, how close are we on those poporings? Go down here. Oh no, we've entered the glitch zone. It must be the flame.
Have you ever made a... Oh.
Hmm?
Have you ever made a Doram?
Okay, so Yuki wanted to play one and Philson wanted to play one. I get the feeling that eventually we're all going to have to start Dorams at the same time. The problem is you only get one class as Doram. You only get to play a summoner.
Summoner. Right.
And they start in a different like country entirely. So to get back to Rune Midgard takes a lot. Oh no. I just got eaten by bats.
Oh no.
Let's see here. Blessing, increase agility, heal, heal, heal. Oh, that's really nice. Apply. One more and I get auto cast level 10 blessing. That is part of why, like, I'm like, I don't know if I actually want that armor they're gonna give me. It's gonna be nice armor. It'll, like, huge bonuses to like overall survivability through health and mana. But that blessing,
Mm-hmm.
honestly, like,
That blessing, though.
if you build out your int correctly, like, you only need to recast your blessing like once every 5 minutes, and your general mana recovery will just handle that. No biggie. Oh, I didn't actually cast increased agility on myself. I just cast blessing. There I go again, making choices. Let's see here. Summon another archer. Thank you for the help, archer. Oh, and another concentration potion to increase my attack speed even further. That is so many bats. That is not an okay number of bats. Where are all the poporings? We need one more. Where is it? Where will we find little green slime? Oh, there's a bunch right here. Perfect. Also,
Alright,
somebody
I see
cast Sanctuary.
a bunch of bots with the same name,
Yeah, that
so I'm probably in the right place.
um yeah, if you made it into like Frontier and there's just a whole line
Yeah.
of oh no. Bats. So many bats. Oh god, you would think that increased agility would also increase my flee rate, but no.
That's what you think.
Ugh. Ooh, that may be a crash. That may be an actual crash. It crashed when I was changing maps. Okay, I'll accept that one. We'll restart the game.
Someone just walked by with a giant spoon and fork in their back of their yukata.
Nice. One of the quests that Milky Taro set for themselves was to do um becoming a chef in world because it's actually really hard. And part of that quest for them was having to go through the Christmas dungeon for about a month and a half, collecting, I think it was slices of cake.
Wow.
Yeah. Ooh, is the server still up for you? It may just be that I'm. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'm still in it.
Okay. Did you get back? You did a great job. You completed all the training. Go back to Eden office and get approval from the flashy rune knight. Oh, all right, cool. That's it. That's all I had to do. So I will use my Eden badge. It looks like my archer did not survive the. What happened here? Oh, you can't warp from this location. Unavailable area to teleport. That makes sense. But yeah, in the process of me warping, my archer died.
Oh,
I
no.
just summoned her. Okay. And... oh no, I cannot use the Eden group mark. Interesting. So I guess warp around the city real quick until I end up near a tool shop. That'll work.
Actually got the play dead thing this time because I didn't walk past the guy.
Open main storage. Sort. I'm looking for butterfly wings. Yeah, give me 5 of those. Okay. Eden group. You can do Eden group quests a lot earlier. There's one where you go through like a desert and talk to a dog, and it's got a really funny English like set of lines.
Mm-hmm. My favorite part so far was the slime in the training yard, the pouring, that had a Cockney accent for some reason.
Okay, got the familiar. Collecting mission. Collect bones. I will do this. Collecting mission. Oh, get all collect. Good. Hunting mission. Get all hunting. And what's a lot? Delivery missions. Deliver insecticide, honey, blanket. No, I don't want to do any of those. But what I do want to do is go into the blacksmith shop here and get my new gear. You get 1 equipment, shoes, and uniform. Please check your inventory. Give me the items. What kind of equipment? We have a mace and a staff. Here are the options. Mace 1, staff 1. Blunt attack 142. Other one, attack 60 with a magic attack of 125. Both are level 2, required level is 26. You also can't trade with other players or refine them. Mace it is. Additionally, they're Eden group boots and uniform. You don't have a record of getting any. Give you also the manteau and hat. Yay, all sorts of equipment. Bop, 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 bop. And... Wait, huh? Oh, Eden Mace. Take a look at my attack. 22 plus 155. 23 plus 142. I just tripled my attack damage. Oh, and I'm wearing the Eden group hat. That's cute. Cool. Hell of an upgrade. That's the Room of the Masters, which I'm like... I have never actually made it to a relevant level to do any of the stuff with the various, like... To do these quests, you have to be this level of this specific class.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can now head back to Prontera, because that was the main reason I was here, was to get this gear. Teleport service. And now I can meet up with you.
Okay.
Oof. If I can get past the dumpling machine.
Finishing the pet tutorial again, real quick. For the job levels.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Soleil. Yeah? Okay, we're about to have an interaction. We'll see if it's atrocious. And I remember this being something I got way back in the day for playing a mobile Ragnarok game when they tried to do basically like an idle clicker style thing.
Nice.
So they're trying to find out about my headgear here. Celebrating the release of Ragnarok Rush with these majestic goat horns that represents great deeds. Let's see here. Found that on the Play Store.
Okay, who's Mr. Hun?
The guy that is closest to the bridge on the left side. Well, left side
Got
of
it.
the bridge. Yeah. That person really wanted this headgear.
Oh, I have to drink it in front of him? There we go.
Yeah,
What?
that
Nope,
guy's like
it's
really
still not working.
specific and weird about it. You should be able to just
It's
double click on it.
It's still not working. I drink it.
Oh.
The quest just froze. What the heck?
You stun locked him. And
I did.
got that unnatural attraction.
Hmm? He doesn't know what to do.
You sip the
He's so
apple juice
flustered. It's
seductively.
cute. I sip the apple juice and lightly blow it in front of his face in a light mist. Yeah, he's not doing anything.
I don't know. He should like just give you a separate set of quest things to go inside the Creature Academy. But that's the other thing. The Creature Academy is also broken. The principal's there. Most of the quest line isn't there, and there's no way to like get all the coupons and bonus items that you normally would get for completing all the side quests. Oh, actually, cancel. Let's see, increase agility, blessing. Wander over here.
Oh, hey.
Hi. Register as friend. You have achieved friend, my friend.
My friend.
Let's see here. / organize takoyaki. Organize taco. Whoops. Party share. Shared items. Invalid party name because it's already in use. Okay. / organize. Sandwife. Okay. You've achieved Let's Party. Asked to join your party. This character is not at a level where party access is possible.
I am job level 4.
Ah, so close. Soon.
Should I grab those 2 hunting things from the armory?
Yeah, that works. Alternatively, just go outside and slap a few things. Like
Gotcha.
I didn't do any of the quests. I just walked outside and started hitting stuff.
Cool. I guess I'll do that.
Would you like some starter gear?
Oh, sure.
Let's see.
I'd like not to die.
Bear with me. This always takes me a sec.
Cool.
Just casually give you a diamond ring. Thief clothes are thief and ninja only. Dang it. And these are account bound, so I can't lend these. Frustrating. Eagle Wing, when is that? Level 95. Dang it! Alright, well, I'll give you some diver goggles, and let's see about weaponry. What do I have that's low level and accessible quickly? Weapon level 2 requires level 18. Level 1 requires level 4. Usable by Thief, Archer, Rogue. That won't work because you're not there yet. Mangosh. I guess I'll give you this. That's the last +7 Mangosh I've got. I'll have to start making more for other people in the guild, but that's actually something I should be doing anyways as guild leader. Where are you? Where did you go?
Oh, I wandered into
okay.
the square.
Huh? Oh,
I'm in the center.
heading back up. Beepity beep beep. Alright. I love your little slime. Here's some goggles. And a knife.
Nice.
And
Okay, equip.
let's see. Let's see what these things that I picked up are. A skull ring. Enjoy that. And a sword. They're Both not really very useful for equipment, but you can sell them. Oh, and I also had gemstones for you. Whoa, those goggles are freaky.
Yeah, oh my god.
Alright, well, let's go slap things.
I just need a snorkel.
Oh yeah, don't forget to equip the dagger.
I did.
Okay.
Just double checking.
Mm-hmm. I have absolutely like started a character in this not even like a while ago, but relatively recently, and just grabbed all my equipment, threw it in my pocket, and walked out and started hitting things. I'm like, why am I doing so low damage? What's happening?
Yeah. Okay.
I sit outside with my silly little goat
Hi.
horns.
Are we in different instances?
Oh no, you gotta be kidding me. You stopped at the sign here, and then...
Yeah, I was reading it for a bit. Because there was a quest marker on it.
Are you in the same spot that I'm currently here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We're probably in separate instances, unfortunately. I'd say smack a few things. I don't know why the game does this. Once you put your job skill points in for basic skill, let me see what level requirement that is. Join a party is level 5. So yeah, once you get skill
I'm
level 5.
5. Just got it.
Nice.
Except one of my points went into play dead?
Nope,
I
that's
didn't
free.
assign that.
That's free.
Okay.
You don't start with the basic skill points. You have to be job level 6 to get basic skill level 5.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll slap a few things. Once you get to that, I'll be able to invite you to the party. Then we can start doing shared and split experience, which would explain why they're doing the instance thing, because otherwise it would be much easier to
Power level.
turbocharge somebody.
Yeah.
Like we're already going to be, oh my, the damage I'm doing. I just noticed the damage I'm doing. It's literally double. She is hitting twice as hard as my swordsman
Jeez.
at an equivalent level too. That is funny. The things.
Okay, I'm 6.
Okay, cool. Yeah, put your skill points in, and then
Yeah.
your Prince at Ami. Any capitals?
No capitals, no space.
Of course, I misspell it.
Why? There we go. And that's TTE at the end of Princet.
Okay, did that send anything? I can't see my own messages being typed because the bottom of my screen is missing because this game is terrible about being windowed.
Mm-hmm. I don't see anything yet.
Okay. Prince said, Ami, your request has been sent to join the party. The character is not currently online or does not exist. PRINCETTEAMI. No capitals at all? No spaces?
Oh, wait, no. There is a... Oh, sorry. Capital P and a capital A.
Ah, that would be why.
Sorry.
You're good. / environment. There you go.
Nice.
Okay, and warp. And that does not show you anywhere on the map here, but you are in Frontier Field 3. I'm just double checking here. Map view. Okay, yeah, I have to leave the map and come back, and that's fine.
Okay.
I think I also stuffed myself into a little quarry that I can't get out of. Oh no, here we go. Run down here real quick. There are so many creamies all of a sudden. Peckle peckles. Okay, now I still don't see you on the map. You might also need to go to a different instance, or potentially let me hit character select. Log back in, see what that does. That did absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Also, now
Alright,
my music
I'm
is stuck on the character select screen, so that's fun.
walking back into town and back out.
Uh, well, I don't know. Smack a few more things and get to the next character class, I guess. It should let us, like, actually. Because we were obviously on the same screen a second ago. I gave you a blessing.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay. Okay, so it's job level 10.
10. Yeah.
And then I get to choose hunter.
Yep. Well, archer.
Okay. Right. Right.
I'm gonna wander my way back over to Prontera real quick. Sitting is possible. Yeah, thanks. Oh, not Prontera, Islude.
Fitting is an achievable goal. Thanks,
Oh.
game.
If you're here, come to the portal real quick. I'm curious.
Okay. On my way back.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Is Prontera also instanced?
Nothing should be instanced. That's the part that's getting to be right now. I'm like,
Eh?
there's no instances in this. This game is before that was a thing.
Alright, I'm back in. And I don't see you. Oh my
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna go over here, and I'm gonna go hit this wizard that actually is an instance thing and isn't supposed to be a thing. Channel teleport office. We are at channel 1. Teleport to channel 2. Wander over here.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, that actually worked! Wow, okay. Well, here you go.
Wild. I'm so fast. Gotta go fast.
Oh, I'm out of mana. That works though. Let's go. That's so funny that channel 2 was... How the hell? How the hell did I know that would work?
Let's go.
That wizard never works. That's never a thing. What the hell? Okay, let me go into my party setup here. Oh, not party invitation. Party setup. Even share on experience. That way, even though I'm going to be killing a lot of enemies, you'll be getting experience.
I'm the Pokemon holding the experience share right now.
God, I love running around with the zoomies.
Mm-hmm.
The increased agility is so good. Where's all the enemies?
I did kill that whole beach.
It's all
But
gone now.
good question.
You completely deforested the forest. Slap. Hey, Filton, how's it going?
That was hilarious. You looked like you powered up super hard just to smack that fucking slime.
You did say you were going to be getting up early today. Thank you for the hugs and the kisses. Prince at Almis inflicted someone 76 damage.
Someone. Very threatening when it's unspecified.
Working in the rain. Oof. Well, stay warm as best you can, hun.
No.
What the
Whoa!
hell?
We found the treasure room. Holy.
Can I kill a creamy already? Oh, I can. I'm gonna kill the
Nice.
creamies. Because these are
Yeah,
dangerous.
I don't stand a chance. Please. Feel
They,
free.
they all just ran away.
Yeah. Oh my god, there's so many drops here.
I love finding like breaks in the algorithm where the enemies accidentally stack up like this.
Yeah.
So the vote came through, Filton. I am going to be either a priest or a monk. I would like to be a monk so I can at least do some fun speedy melee, and I'll still be able to buck people. But it seems like we're gonna have actually an interestingly well-rounded party in the long run of
Nice.
people that can all support each other between the paladin, the acolyte, the dancer. It's gonna be fun. We'll have to plan for like actual party raids and stuff at some point. Monk can heal as well. Yeah, because the monk is a subclass of what I'm currently playing, and I can cast heal, blessing, and increase agility. And I'm not even like all that leveled up yet. This is just the beginning. More creamies.
I
Found
was
a bunch.
assuming I don't stand a chance against the creamies, right?
Not for a little while. Basically, not until you're about like level 20. Then you can start trying to fight them. Not all
Okay.
character classes do well with it, and my character is built as a very strange, punchy tank because she's going to be a strange, punchy tank.
Sounds like the monk in my D&D group right now. We had a guest sitting in
Oh yeah?
who might be joining the campaign, and he was like, "So do you have a tank?" And we were like, "No, we have two damage sponges who hit hard and go down just as fast as the people they hit." I'm
I had
level 10, by the way, so I can go get my job
oh, let's do that.
or class.
What?
Oh, nice, thank you.
Instant full heal, nice.
Okay, what is the little bar under my pet? It drained to empty.
Under your pet, I don't know actually, because they should just have a life bar. No, they don't even have a life bar. They should just have. They shouldn't have any bars. It might be giving you a hunger meter. It might need food.
Oh yeah.
When we get to Islu, there's a pet feed store.
Okay, should I put it away for now?
Nah.
Okay.
Like, the junk items that you picked up will be enough to buy the pet food. Alright. Have a good day at work, Filton. Or try to. I still can't believe the channel teleport wizard actually worked. That's so funny. So, gunslinger, taekwondo, archer. And we'll get a good zoomed in look of your character while you're doing this so we can see the character class change.
Ooh.
Come on, hopefully get my VTuber out of the way.
Your job and your basic. Oh, right. I gotta put my points into the basic
Oh yeah.
skill. There we go. Yes. And it's at 9. There we go. I got bored. Play with me.
Hmm?
That's an option.
Oh.
Instead of picking your job, you can say I got bored, play with me. And he gets real pissy. Ooh.
Oh, love the new outfit. Cute.
Cute. My little tabard.
Yeah. You got
Oh,
like
that is
a
cute.
archer's glove on. That's fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Now I can give you that bow. What's your base level right
Ooh.
now?
4.
Okay. So just in time for that bow. Did they give you one to start with?
Let's see. Yes.
Oh, okay. Cool. We'll hold off on giving you the bow and instead give you the crossbow because it's a much better weapon.
Nice. That also checks out.
God, this game is
Why
so
am I
beautiful.
faster than you?
My blessing ran out.
Ah,
Yeah. Oh, this is the store that you go into to get your pet feed and stuff.
gotcha. She's got
Let's
a
see.
quest. Yeah, she gave me something. Okay.
Taming merchant, pet food, 1,000 zenny over here. Person with the
Gotcha.
long red unisleeves.
Unisleeves. Okay. I'll sell some monster drops real quick. Because I have 0 zenny at the moment.
Let's see. Broadsword. I can also sell some monster trash. Carrot. Green herb, tooth of bat. There we go. Ah, cold air. Let's see. Chainmail and full plate. I was looking for these for my swordsman. Oh, it requires level 40? But chainmails requires level 1. I didn't realize that full plate had a level requirement on it. That's funny. Defense 55! What's my armor? My armor is 46, and it's a tier 3 equipment. That's wild. Also, plus 200 health, plus 20 mana. So, the Eden Group equipment is really nice. Like, it's middle of the road compared to specialized stuff, but it really is like a jack of all trades. You don't need to think about it. It's just going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That gives me a better idea of some general stats. A high potion seller. High potions. Yellow syrup. Stamina recovery agent made by grinding yellow herbs and compressing the effects. Restores about 900 health. Cooldown 1 second. Require level 60. Whoa. Increased mana recovery for 7,000 zenny. But that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, there's a band here. I forgot that. It's like a whole group of bards.
Should I keep the opals you dropped me?
No, they're just money.
Just for selling? Okay.
Same with that skull ring, unless you just want something decorative to put on.
Right, I figured.
Let's see. I need to get more concentration potions. And when are awakening potions? Level 40. So that's gonna be after the stream. I've got a couple of Draza leaves already. Okay.
Those goggles are so weird. What does this hood look like? Somber novice hood? Oh wait,
Doesn't
that's a
change.
robe.
Yep, doesn't change anything.
Oh, gotcha.
Also, as a novice equipment, it can't be used by your current class anymore.
Oh, gotcha. Is there a way for me to see what kind of, protection they actually offer me?
Right click on the items icon and it'll give you like a full detailed thing of like its current defense, required level, stuff like that.
Ah, thank you. Okay, this hat is better than the goggles.
Yep. And if we manage to find a
Oh.
novice pouring card, it combos with that.
Oh, cool. Okay, I fed my pet.
Okay.
It's now neutral towards me. I think it was shy before.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And there's a little bar underneath that's slowly draining.
Ooh. Increases damage of heal on undead enemies by 50%. I need to get a clip, which means I need to fight familiars. Interesting. I didn't realize that I could combine these items that like have not a whole lot going on their own, but combine them with the right stuff and they turn into powerful combo equipment.
Nice.
Gaining plus half extra attack damage on heals versus undead would mean I could just spell cast my way through a dungeon instead of using melee. That's absolutely not the way I've got this character built, but if I figured out a way to set up something that auto casts heal on attack, now we'd be in business. Oh, did you get arrows for your bow?
Oh no. Is that the same shop?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna talk to the huntmaster looking person, I assume.
Tool dealer will have arrow and silver arrow usually in any given town.
Gotcha.
As well as like potions and fly wings and stuff.
Are silver arrows specifically for undead?
They deal bonus damage in general.
Nice.
Oh, there's an arrow merchant here. Nice.
Should I just get a bunch of silvers? What's with all the... There's so many types. Rusty, shadow, wind, immaterial, crystal.
Yeah, if you right click on them, shadow is poison rusty is poison, shadow is shadow element, immaterial is ghost element,
Whoa.
stone is stone. All these also attack 30 versus the iron arrow is... Wait, the silver... Oh, silver is holy. Iron is neutral at the same attack power, and plain arrows are 25. So, I'd say for now, just buy yourself plain arrows. Just snag like between 1 and 2,000.
Okay. Got him.
Alternatively, using the quivers that they offer is also a really awesome way to like save on inventory space and overall carry weight.
Someone's messaging me on Discord asking what Ragnarok.
Oh!
Oh, I think it's one of my Final Fantasy friends.
Oh, well, if they want to join the party.
Oh, it is! Oh, this is one of my South American friends who cleared their most recent ultimate with me.
Oh, nice. Got you just as you're going through the portal. Wait, did I just lose you again? Did we do this again?
I'm standing right by the thing. Yeah, I can see.
Oh, alright. Okay, hold on. I see a creamy. I kill it. Okay. Yeah, I go to other world somehow. Somehow I magically teleport to other world. Teleporto. Oh yeah, I'm back on channel 1. Why does it keep doing that to me?
It thinks it knows what's best for you.
I guess
It
so.
sees how far apart our levels are, and it says you can't cheat.
That actually is what it like. It really is splitting us. That's so weird. Okay, what was
And
I?
that's so
Oh,
weird.
yeah. Arrows get equipped on your character. Like you'll just put them on your face in your equipment screen.
Oh, gotcha. Alt E for inventory.
Yep.
I'll get this. Alt Q for equip.
Mm-hmm.
Where? Okay, here's the items tab. Do I need to equip a quiver?
Nope. You'll just drag from etc.
Okay,
into the equipment screen and
got it.
cool.
Oh, I don't have the crossbow yet. Just the novice composite bow.
Okay.
Is
That'll
that
be
fine?
yeah, that'll be fine to work with because we're
Cool.
still getting you the basics of learning how to archery
Right.
by slap.
Ooh. It done got slapped.
Yeah, you should be able to take out anything here besides the creamies easily now.
Yeah. Well, most of the stuff I was... Wow, yeah, that's better damage.
Also, I would recommend putting into it's either Owl's Eye or Vulture's Eye is the one that gives you +2 attack range, and just max that out immediately.
Oh. Good idea.
Allows you to start stun locking enemies at distance.
Looks like Owl's Eye increases dexterity. Vulture's Eye requires 3 points in Owl's Eye. Got it.
Okay. Just critted for 250.
Big ol' critties.
Crittle biggies.
Crit old biggies. Oh, there was a tree in the way.
Yeah, sometimes
Defeated my
players
sightlines.
player sightlines get really weird in this, and I don't know why. Like, there'll be an item that you can plainly see as the player, and you're like clicking on your character, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Why are some of these monsters just pinatas? Damn.
Pourings eat items off the ground up to a maximum of 30
Oh,
items.
wow.
If they pick up more than 30 items, they'll start deleting the oldest item in their inventory, which means that pourings can actually destroy legendary equipment. They're... Yeah.
Oh my god.
They can destroy things that cannot be destroyed in combat. It's really funny.
That's so unfortunate. And you know that's happened to some people with some really good
Absolutely.
stuff.
That's definitely happened from somebody like standing outside in this very field and being like, haha, check this out, and just throws a bunch of stuff out like, bet you I can pick this up faster than the pouring. Oops.
Oops, just kidding. It's gone forever. Did you ever play Realm of the Mad God?
Oh yes. I recently went on a binge with my friend Levi on that one. Yeah, Levi
Nice.
from the Karaoke Cuties.
Oh, cute. Leviticus, yes!
It's been so
With
long
the
since
Z.
I've got to hang out with all them. I'm glad that Sharp dropped in for a little bit earlier tonight. It was good to hear from them.
Mm-hmm.
The Sharp wife and the Sharp AF.
It's just talking about someone dropping an item here and having it destroyed reminded me of some famous Realm of the Mad God player who just one day decided to walk all their maxed out characters into the lava and destroy them all.
What?
And everybody thought they had been hacked, but like they recorded it and might have been streaming it the whole time. I'm not sure.
Wow.
They just destroyed, hundreds and thousands of hours of progress. Who knows?
Yeah.
And I was like,
Oh.
why would you ever do that?
So open up the map. Alright, you are
What else forever?
up here. Why is it that it shows other players as like a weird pegboard face? It doesn't actually show their face like it does for mine. I wonder if it does the same on your side. Like if it only shows me as a weird peg.
You're yeah, you're just a little like black dot with a white background on my mini map. Is that what you're talking about? The mini map?
If you open up there's like a world map and a map view. If you click on map view, it'll expand it and give you like a larger version of the mini map, the local map at least.
Map view. Sorry, I opened up the world map. That's not what you're talking about, is it?
Nope, it's a button right next to the world map. Control tilde to close the world map.
Yeah. Okay, wait. What's it called?
Map view.
I don't think I have that in my main menu.
So on the right hand side, next to your mini map, there's like a plus, a minus for the zoom in, zoom out. A little double chevron.
Got it.
Yep.
Oh, there's another worldview button right there. I see. Oh yeah, you're a little red face
Okay, so yeah,
with like a little bit of torso.
it truncates the information for everyone else, but it shows your character on the screen. Interesting.
I just put my first point in eagle or vulture eye.
Nice.
There was a hill in between me and the thing, so I couldn't hit it, I guess.
Getting some good
You had
damage.
that big club inside of you?
You found a glove?
A club.
Oh,
A
club.
spiked club. Got to go fast.
Let's head south. See if we can fight some Peko Pekos.
Cool, cool. The monster's so nice, they named it twice. Soggy Rat Desert.
So good. This actually, this is one of the places that shows up in the anime. Oh, I hate how loud the Muka are. Okay, so we can
Wow.
fight these. Yeah, it's these
What the
guys.
Cactus.
Yeah, they're the ones that scream.
Gotcha. Sabo tenders.
Alright, I have a quest for these. Nice. God,
Nice.
I hate it when my cactus screams. Nyan, where's your character? What class are you gonna play in our guild? You're already a member of the official Discord server.
I almost clicked on the wrong one there. Ah, there's a tree. There we go.
Here, I'll make this a little less terrible for everyone and turn down my effects. No more sounds of arrows, no more sounds of spell casting, just chill vibes music. I gotta say the music here is really chill.
Yeah, it is actually. It's quite nice. The screaming less so.
Yeah, you can turn down the sound in your options menu, but it definitely changes the flavor of the game a bit.
Yeah.
There's a special little area to the east of here if we go wandering for a little whiles that will
Oh,
take us to
I heard
where
him. Woo!
oh no, I'll resurrect you.
Oh, okay.
Um but it's a place that spawns every kind of pouring, including the boss pourings.
Whoa! Hello, pretty angel.
Oh, I just got hit hard there. Hello. Heal myself a bit. I actually need to sit down and heal. What? Thankfully, nothing here is actually hostile.
Oh, nice.
Cheers, everybody. We missed the funny, happy, silly numbers, so cheers. I'm going to put that Muka down. Stop screaming, please.
Put it down.
The
Oh
cactus
no.
needles are actually a quest item that well they're not a quest item, they're an alchemical item for making the deadly poison enchantment, which can be used for a few different things. If you have a character that gets stuck, and you're able to transport or mail an item to yourself, you can send them a deadly poison bottle to kill the character and send them back to their spawn point. You can use it for the enchant deadly poison ability for the assassin cross, which is kind of like a berserk skill. Um, It drastically improves their attack damage, attack speed, and magic attack, but and also I think it like changes their attack element to something. I think it's like poison class 4, because there's 4 tiers of each elemental type in this that also have their own like separate set of math and stacking and stuff. But it's basically the highest tier of poison in the game, and that creates a ridiculous multiplier on damage against nearly every type of target besides like mechanical, and even then it still gives you like an outright attack bonus, period. But it drains your overall health over time. And there's a separate way, like if you don't use the enchantment and you just drink the deadly poison as an assassin cross, it also gives you a separate ability that's kind of like that, but it's not the same thing. So you can cross the two, and I think that actually does create like a lethal mixture, but you're very powerful before that time. Oh, I'm fully recharged.
So you get to go berserk until such time as you perish.
Mm-hmm. That's cast on myself. No, don't cast on the pouring. Not enough
Yay.
mana. Well, you get agility, but I ran out of mana.
Okay.
The blessing is especially handy to you because it increases dexterity, which is what improves the archer's attack damage.
Ah, nice. Oh yeah, should I be allocating stat points?
Oh, absolutely. You're going to, no matter what, want dexterity to be able to hit things, agility to be able to dodge things, strength to be able to carry things, int to have mana recovery, vitality to have any kind of damage reduction and a health multiplier, and luck for crit rate. How you decide to break that up is kind of up to you, and there are metas around it, but nearly everything that I do is a speed build, so asking me for that information isn't going to give you the best answer.
Can you reallocate them later on?
Yes, for a lot of money, but it is in-game currency, so it's something you can earn on your own.
Okay. Where's the menu where I do that?
Alt A for attributes.
Thank you.
Mhm. You'll note you'll have a status point pool. Your various stats will have their base number plus any additions that are either given to you by skills or level or character class or whatever else. And then the cost to level up from your skill pool or your stat pool. For each 10 points to go into it, it increases the cost for that by 1. And basically, like, it after a while, it's worth it to go back and try and level up some of the lower ones just because it's a reduced cost.
Okay. I think I'll just build damage for now.
Mm-hmm.
Because it looks like every single dancer build recommends 80 to 99 dexterity.
Okay. Good way to go. It also guarantees no matter what, you don't miss. And that's one of the things that's been stopping you from doing damage.
Yeah, true. I've been missing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's no button I press to confirm it. It's
Nope.
just as soon as you click the arrow.
Yep.
It's done.
And
Sweet.
if you're like feeling extra ballsy, you can type /stat name plus space number and be like /agility plus 50 and spend however many points it takes to get to 50.
Oh, and it'll auto
Uh-huh. So you
do
don't have
it
to
for you?
so you don't have to
Nice.
sit there and click when you're doing the mass reallocations. Like if you know I need 50 of this and 80 of this, rather than clicking the button that many times, you can just type it out.
That's awesome. That feels so good.
All right, that nets me the quest for the Muka is complete. Now I just need to get 8 more
Oh.
Peko Pekos. Whoa, whoa,
Oh!
aw.
Oh.
I got you.
I thought I dropped aggro when I ran away.
I'll have to buy more Yggdrasil leaves when we get to town.
Gotcha. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. It's a negligible cost to me compared to. Oh, wait a sec. Compared to the cost of this, a bowman scroll. Summons an archer that's better at archery than you.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, you need
No,
healed.
that's fine.
Here. And 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 oh, I don't have enough int for this. I need to be adding to that. Okay, no blessings for me, I guess. That amount of raw damage being delivered is pretty nice.
I'll get there. I'll get there someday.
We'll just know like everybody throwing 100 damage at a time at the enemy all at once. That's fun.
Yeah.
Like I want to say that you're doing equivalent damage to this other archer.
Nice.
That's one of the things about the scroll tiers is that like when you summon a level 25 archer, they are just a level 25 archer. Oh, that one dropped a staff. I need to go back through and download my custom AI scripts for my followers. There's like a whole thing where you can actually upload your own custom AIs for the different followers, which is necessary if you're playing an alchemist, because the homunculus base AI is decent and is serviceable, but you can make it so much more intelligent about like if-then values.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like one of the things that I like setting for my followers is that archers set to aggressive with a 27 block radius. So they'll just go anywhere around the screen as long as they're within visual range of you and shoot anything on sight. It's not always the best, but like if you're trying to power level, it's really good.
Yeah.
Basically, at that point, you just don't summon them unless you need the firepower. Hey, another random person out here. I don't have a lot of mana, but I can cast some stuff.
I
I
don't always have mana, but when I do, I cast Dos Equis.
I need to get some better mana recovery equipment. Oh, last level blessing. Blep, blep, blep. If I actually were using that armor. What does blessing add to? Plus to strength, int, dex, and to hit. In addition to dexterity. Wow. Okay. So it upgrades your to hit value twice. Oh. I now have almost perfect hit value. Like it's doing almost always 180.
Nice.
That means my dex is too high.
Oh, darn.
Like there's some builds where it's really nice. Like you can set up a knight that just always does 1,000 damage every hit perfectly. It's effective, but that's not what I should be making with this build.
Yeah.
Instead, having a bit of gamble damage and just lots of raw speed, and I've been kind of ignoring the speed side of it with the intent to be able to do some party support.
Freeze.
I keep like spacing on how many I should open another chat window because you can program chat windows in this that tells me my quest results. Okay, I have one more of these. Pekka Pekka complete. Hell yeah. Nice. All right. What level are you at?
I am base 5, job 7.
You're base 5?
Yeah.
The experience isn't sharing, is it? Did you get any
I
experience
guess
from that
not.
kill just now?
I don't think so. I'm at
Okay.
87.2. Here, kill this cactus real quick. Okay, I did get experience for that. Half of a percentage point.
Okay, yeah, let's go somewhere else that's closer to your level because I bet
Yeah.
you it's a
Yeah.
reduced rate. Let's see here. What would be a good
Yeah.
place for you? Now I have to think. Actually, let's take you to Payon Village. That's the actual Archer village. The stuff around there is
Cool.
good. Let's see here. Do you have any butterfly wings on hand? Or no, you have your Eden Merit badge. Yeah, the purple brooch. Wait, did you join the Eden group?
Oh, no, not yet.
Do you have any butterfly wings? I may have just stranded you in the desert.
I have butterfly powder.
Yep, I stranded you in the desert. Okay, cool. One sec.
You're good.
I mean, you can probably walk back on your own just fine. Again, nothing there is actually hostile, but.
I just ate my pet food by accident. Damn it.
There's a dungeon that I go to that there's an enemy that drops pet food with an 80% chance, and pet food is actually very heavy, like very heavy. And so after a
Oh,
while, I just start eating massive amounts of lizard on a stick because it's easier to do that than it is to constantly drop it. This person's head is soup. This person's head is soup.
like a bowl of soup?
Yes, this person's head is soup.
What are you doing at the soup head?
Blessing canceled. I walked close to them. The blessing was canceled. Okay, so we're gonna buy some extra butterfly wings.
Oh my god, I can see it on your stream. It looks good.
The soup.
Yeah.
And oh geez, the Yggdrasil leaves are 4,000 zenny. We're. What'd you do without a soup head? I don't know.
That's a better question.
That person is a skeleton
What do you
lion.
mean you're at soup?
To Sandwave, use heal, skill. Heal, stay, roll over, paw, paw.
Okay, I should be heading north, right?
Yep. I'm walking back.
Cool.
Probably meet you roughly in the same
Mini-map is
spot.
fixed, right?
Yeah, if you use like the plus or minus, then can't guarantee that, but yeah. Can't wait for us to end up on a different instance.
Yeah.
Like, I will mail you butterfly wings if I have to.
Someone wearing the same shirt and hat just walked by me. A
Nice.
fellow archer. We are in different instances.
Okay.
We just walked past each other.
Alright.
God damn it.
I'm gonna see what happens if I go here and come back. I can't believe that's a thing.
Yeah.
Why is that a thing? Auto-feeding inactivated. Homunculus self-feeding off. You cannot modify party setup. Princess Ami has logged in. Well, I guess I'll see you in Islude.
Aye.
I tried. What were we
The
doing?
triggers.
Yeah, what were we doing? Oh, we were trying to find you a. We were going to go to Payon. So I guess I'll meet you in Payon. If you talk to the Kafra and Warp, I want to say it's 3,000 Zenny?
Okay, talk to the
The maid.
person at the dock where I first landed.
The maid in the middle of town.
Oh, okay.
Bam bam ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum, bam bam ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. So let's see. Map view. Nope. Wizard. Teleport to
The
channel 2.
Kafra employee.
Yep.
Yeah.
And channel 1.
Pick me. Oh, I gotta join the Eden group, right, to unlock the teleport location?
No, should be able to go to Kafra employee, use teleport service, Prontera.
Oh, Frontier is where I want to go.
Mm-hmm.
Got
And then
it.
we'll go to Payon from there. Hopefully
Okay.
this takes us to the same place. We'll see.
We shall see. Okay.
I take that as a no. Oh,
I
nope, I
just
see your
loaded
health
in.
bar. Yay.
Huzzah! I
Okay.
see yours.
Also, if you
I
want
think.
to register for the Eden group, this is the person that you would talk to.
Got it.
Okay. So let's warp there. Move to
Good
Eden
thing I
group.
have your stream pulled up because I would never be able to find shit here.
Yeah. This is where it gets awful.
This is again reminding me of Fiesta. Everybody would have their little mushroom house with their shop set up.
Yep. The same kind of situation. Alright, you're gonna want to talk to Secretary Lime Evanor.
Okay, there you are. Join. Yay!
Fun little thing that
Yes, I want to join.
makes Milky Taro giggle every time. No matter what you type here, they'll always mishear you.
Oh, cute.
Now I'm curious, like, why have I never seen a soup head before? In a room like this, with all these people, why does nobody else have a soup head? This person's got a gorilla head.
Maybe it's one of the 20th anniversary things.
That person's got a fancy hat. That person stole the antlers and hat right off of the captain of that ship. Ah, somebody else with the Ragnarok Rush. Nice. Not often I see other people that have this headgear. Okay, as soon as you're done with the Eden group stuff, we can actually wander out of this area.
Okay.
That'll take us back to Prontera.
Those goat horns help a lot.
Oh yeah, because they're unique.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should probably recolor my character, but I don't remember where the dye, the person that does the clothing dyes is. I see you. Okay, gonna head over this way.
Why can't I move? There we go.
And we're trying to get to the warp employee. Sorry, I'm like also trying to remember. I'm in a little bit of pain. Okay. Looks like you're here. Or, yep, you're here.
Yes.
Okay. So my archer is on top of the Kafra, which is less than helpful. Let's get her out of the way. And now I'm struggling to walk back over there. There we go. Okay.
Yes.
So I would recommend saving here instead of Islud, just not necessarily this Kafra. There's one at each of the gates, so the north, south, east, west, and this semi-central one. I usually save at the west gate, but we'll wait for that until later. For now, we'll do teleport service. And do you have enough money to get to Payon?
I should, yeah.
Okay.
Let me see. Yes.
Okay. See you then.
Got about 4,500 left.
All right. Oh, that reminds me. Hey. There's somebody here that is buying red herbs, and I have 81 of them. That is 40,000 zenny. Here. Request a deal. You are too far away. Request a deal. Type in 40,000 trade. Click OK on the left side. And I'm waiting for it to highlight. And then click trade in the middle.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Cool.
Now you got some traveling funds.
Excellent.
God. The signs over here should have a set of quests for the levels 1 through 20 for you.
Yes. Bounty board. There we go. 1 through 20.
Now I would just say collect all. There's a button towards the bottom of the list usually.
Hunt all.
Yep.
Perfect.
And then
Willow Spore and Boa.
Whoa! We're having some fun video glitches. Okay. There's a Kafra over here that you can save at. Which,
Cool.
like, Payon is a nice little village. I honestly like this town a lot.
Nice.
I tend to
Alright,
save here.
saved.
Yep. And let's see here. For stuff that's relevant to your level, let's go fight those snakes I was fighting earlier.
Hell yeah.
Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum, bum, ba-da-bum-bum. Okay. So we'll went ahead due south. Just kind of crunch whatever along the way, but I don't think this will give you any experience. Oh, I can turn my sound back on. Alright, everybody. Time for crunches and scrunches again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I double cast it. Oh, that spent so much mana for no reason.
Oh no.
Oh well. No biggie. There we go.
Yeah, now I'm getting experience.
Also, once you... Oh, jeez. Once you learn the skill Create Arrow, all the items in this area can be used to create free arrows, so you don't have to buy them. And as you get better with the skill and find cooler loot, you can make magic arrows and enchanted arrows and not have to pay 20 zenny per each, which is absurd. Instead, you can get like a Wind of Verdure and turn it into 500 wind arrows instantly.
Nice. Yeah, that does seem kind of like a ridiculous rate.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're buying 1,000 arrows.
Use that
Yeah.
frequently.
Like, how many arrows do you have left from just whatever hunting you've done?
Let's see. I've got 1,400 left.
Okay.
I got 1,500 to start out with,
Oh, okay.
or 1,555.
Oh, wait, this one doesn't go... Ooh, there's a ringleader over here. I'ma fight them. So much lumber. Okay. I think there's a portal down below here. Let me look. Yeah, map view says there is. Okay. Ah, delicious flickers. I might need to break out of game for half a sec to let my vid card recover. Also, let's try a completely separate crime. Let's turn on graphics acceleration.
Yeah.
See what that does.
Turn on ray tracing.
RTX on. Crunch.
Yeah, I don't know if I get experience for things unless they're on my screen when you kill them.
That is very true. Also, are you in a different spot again?
Did you go through a
Yeah,
warp just now?
Yeah, I went south through the warp.
Got it. I'll follow. I was picking up items, and so I missed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there you are. Okay.
There we go.
Should be able to just hunt anything on this map without having to worry about anything.
Okay. I should?
Yep. Everything on this map should be weak enough for you to take out in 2 or 3 hits.
Okay.
Also, most of it's tied to that bounty board, too. Here, I'm gonna log out and log back in one sec. Also, congrats on the level. I just
Thank you.
saw that. I love it. This game is so chill. It does
Yeah.
not feel like I've been doing this for 5 hours. It does not. And this is how I used to spend my time. This is like a lot of me being chronically ill and being unable to do much of anything. I would just play this instead. Like, this was very much my virtual space, the way that people live inside of, like, Evilus.
Yeah.
Ooh, I got my next daily login bonus.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, because it's a new day.
Mm-hmm. Okay, delete all. I got my Stella Fruit Wine, plus 5 int. Huh, that's fun. Oh yeah, that's smoothed out. Pet accessory. Something dropped a backpack out here. There you are.
Here I am. Here am I.
Ooh, I level up. I go up the slope, and I slap Snake.
Slap Snack. Not much one for slap snake humor, but it does get my goat once in a while.
Ooh. Strawberries. Also, like, venom canines, poison spores, various things that are very handy for certain alchemy recipes, or just player sales that lead to the alchemy recipes. One of the things that you can get is you need stems, which you can get from fighting plant-based enemies, and you need stems to create alcohol, which is a base for making every potion in the game. Because it's rubbing alcohol, it's wood grain, plant-based alcohol.
Very nice. I've got 8 points in Vulture's Eye.
Nice.
That increased attack range is very nice.
Yeah, it gives you a couple of free hits on a lot of things, usually before they can even get to you.
Mm-hmm. Oop. There we go.
Oh, that one's a ringleader.
Oh, I should run. Whew. I'm trying to kite.
There we go.
There we go. Kiting seems a little ineffective in this game.
It can be done. It not only can it be
can
done,
be.
there are certain character builds that it is necessary. Like if you solo
Gotcha.
as a magic user, like just a mage, but especially if you're playing as a wizard, you have to if you're playing with a fireball build that is high int but low dex, because it takes a second for you to cast a spell, and casting it will pull aggro. And so enemies will start running over to you, and you have to cast a spell, let it go off, run away, cast it again, and keep that up in a pattern. Otherwise, the enemy will walk away and heal.
Gotcha. Wow. That sounds like a lot of work.
It can be. With some builds, not so much. And the goal being like with that ultra high int build, you never end up having to do that because your int is so high, you just blow things up on the first hit. I will have to show off my high level mage at the end of stream just to show what some of the big explodey spells look like.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Nice. Oh, a card? No! Don't pick up the card.
Okay.
The blue card. It's useless. It'll just stay in your inventory, and there's no way to drop it, and it's a broken quest item that's not supposed to be in the game anymore.
Oh no.
Yeah. That's why I was like, no, card!
Hmm?
It's part of a Christmas card thing where you're supposed to like collect a whole set of letters and you turn them in to start a quest line to get like some Santa hat or something. And
They never took it out.
they never got like it got added as like an item table for nearly every enemy in the game because it's supposed to be a chance to drop off of whatever. But
Right.
they screwed up the programming for it so badly that it was actually overriding the drops of like ultra rare things on bosses. So the thing that I was talking about earlier, like you'd have a card that was like a 1 in 50 chance maximum to drop, and it got overrode with this blue card. And it wasn't a matter of like the player would have a likelihood that was higher for the blue. No, it was just outright the blue card took the slot of the other one, and the other one
No.
had a 0 chance of dropping. Yeah.
Oh no.
And that happened on a few things, and I was just, I can see how like it's a miserable task to go through everything and constantly be looking, but like this is a starting area monster. It should be pretty simple to check this one and be like, oh, that's not supposed to be there anymore. That shouldn't have been there a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Games where only 3 people are developing it anymore.
Some YouTuber I follow that I've seen a couple of his treatises on dead MMOs, and
I think I know which one
There's
you're talking
some-
about.
I can't remember the name of the company that buys all the dying MMOs.
Wait, what?
But there's some company out there that collects like Infinity Stones, just buys out dying MMOs when their player base starts to really wane.
Your archer is more effective in combat than my acolyte now. Hell yeah.
Nice, hell yeah!
That's what we're looking for, because like this is a support character right now.
I am better than the AI.
Yes, I am here, the AI.
Yeah.
Milky Taro jokes that I am the walking wiki for this game.
Not inaccurate.
I had a friend who the reason that I don't go hyper min max on what can be done with the stats of this game is
Mhm.
because he found through sheer force of willpower and re-rolling the character over and over and over and doing stat calculations and stuff, found out that with the right equipment, he could create a build that used a sacrifice ability on the paladin that would do damage to self, but reduced the total incoming damage to a value of 0, and for all incoming damage before the calculation of dropping it to 0 would still qualify as a total value of reflected damage that would come back as free mana to the character. So ideally it was meant to, like in its original setting, it was supposed to be that you would get hit and you would regain mana so you could heal yourself. But instead, because of the way that he had built it, the character would self-sacrifice, deal damage to self, which would be then reduced to 0, so it would calculate out as 0, but there'd be back-end numbers that you wouldn't see happening. And they would then deal free damage to the enemy, free healing, and free mana. Like, all at once,
So,
and limited by only the rate of speed of how fast the game would let them use the skill, which did have a hard cap limit of 3 times per second. But like, basically, as long it was a maximum value of however much you could multiply out your overall damage through these cards, and it wasn't the most damage. Like there were definitely more effective ways. If I was to use like my enchant deadly poison with the same character level of Assassin Cross, I could deal more damage. But the part where it was giving basically free vampirism plus unlimited mana, so you could just cast the spell over and over and over, made it so that he could just walk up to a boss and just start beating the tar out of himself and cause the other thing to die. The builds in this game are so weird.
Paladin starts walking towards you with a flagellant whip over his shoulder. Oh god, no!
You are now encountering Isaac from the Castlevania anime. Oh, that guy is terrifying with his bite leather belt whip thing.
Yeah, I remember that! It took me a sec to remember who you were talking about.
I had to think because I realized that everybody normally ties the name Isaac to Binding of Isaac. I'm like, wait a sec.
My mind went to Isaac Asimov for some reason.
Hell yeah.
I was like, was he religious? I don't think so.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Most
He
sci-fi,
was?
yeah, most sci-fi authors actually were.
Oh, wow.
A lot of their sci-fi was them trying to figure out their own internal feelings about their religion.
Wow. The more you know.
Another good example being Orson Scott Card. Hey there, Nova.
Oh, yeah. I only recently learned about how deeply homophobic he was.
Oh, God, yeah. It's also interesting looking at later re-releases of the books and seeing how some of that stuff has been very purposely altered. And some of it being
by
just
the
like
people who currently handle his publishing rights, or who did later.
I'm not entirely sure, actually. I think that in some part, yes. I think in some other part, though, Card actually did go through and rewrite certain things when either... And I read this in a couple of different forewords in reproductions of Children of the Mind and, what's the Xeno Saga? Whatever the one before Children of the Mind is. Not Speaker for the Dead. But in a reproduction forward, he's like, I've actually rewritten some of the things leading up to certain events in here because they were either too close to what actually happened in our timeline or look like something that is about to happen.
Oh, right. He didn't want people thinking
This
that
game
it was too...
This game leads to an interesting like podcast style of play, like just mindlessly killing and talking.
Yeah, it's kind of zen.
Yeah. Let's see.
If I pick up that... Yeah, I picked up the strawberry in it.
No, that happened to me too.
Yeah.
This person's got a bunny hat? Cute.
Ooh. Ooh, a bunny hat. Oh yeah, I've seen those around.
I received a message. Oh, you were injured.
Oh, I'm down.
I noticed. Glad I bought more Yggdrasil leaves.
Thank you. I unalived.
There you go. My other archer has left the party.
Wow. You just can't buy good bows these days.
Viewing older messages. No. Oh, self-promo. Cute! Cryobot art posting some new stuff, and it looks adorable.
Go
Point
Should
down.
I? Oh, should I get double strafe? That's an active ability, isn't it?
Double strafe is fun. It's the archer's version of bash, but it works at distance. There's a rhythm to casting it, where you'll hit F key and then click on the enemy, and then hit F key and click on the enemy. And it's limited to dexterity minus attack speed, or attack speed minus dexterity. I don't remember which. But hey there, Bucky. How's it going? Also, thank you. Yeah, this has been such a nice, chill episode. I am enjoying this little celebration. Getting to go back to my roots and play something super chill after stressing so much for the last few weeks. Also, I am so far away from wherever you are on the map that I no longer benefiting you.
Oop. Yeah, hold on a sec.
Bit of a drive-by, about to go feed the crows. Have fun! I remember you talked about that earlier today.
Okay, I unlocked improved concentration.
Okay.
How do I use that?
So on your skill menu, when you have a skill selected, oh, I can actually upgrade heal further. So,
Nice.
like you may have just seen me do on mine. Actually, I'll cancel and reset. We'll do this slower. Right now I have heal level 3 out of 3. If I put another skill point into it, it'll say 3 out of 4. I actually still have more skill points, so I'm going to go all the way up to 5. We'll say apply. And if I want to make certain I'm using the highest level, I actually have to click over to that. In some cases, you may actually want to use a lower level version of a spell. But most of the time, I'm going to benefit from having that max level heal, so I'm using less mana to heal people over less time. And if you hit F12, oh god, in Steam by default, this is going to take a screenshot. So have fun having 1,000 screenshots of your various menus. But it's going to open up your little hotkey bar, and by default, it'll be just a bunch of blank squares. And you can click and drag any item or any skill into those hotbars, and it'll automatically use. Yep, there you go.
Nice.
You got it. And that same hotbar can be used for setting up different ammo types. So say that you're fighting enemies that are like weak to fire and weak to wind. You can swap back and forth.
Oh, and I'm gonna need help remembering what beats what elemental-wise, because it feels very unintuitive to me.
It's Pokemon rules. If
Oh,
it's grass, use
okay.
fire. If it's ice, use thunder.
Isn't it? Wasn't it like? Okay, water beats fire, fire beats
Oh, like I don't know, just like
earth. Earth beats wind or something. Yeah,
Here.
earth beats air. Air beats fire. I can't remember.
Mob. RateMyServer.net mob rankings. What were we looking at? Damage. Skill? No. Item search? No. Other items? No. Skill simulator? Calculators. Stat calculator, forging calculator, potion calculator, deadly poison calculator, cooking calculator. Where did I originally find this? Monster by properties. By side, experience list. Let's see. Let's try this. Ragnarok Damage types.
Ooh, there's a chest here.
There we go. Element attribute table. Copy image, and we'll put this into gaming as well. I'm just gonna have to create a new thing and send you a private copy of that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's very compact.
Yeah, it's pretty handy. I used to actually have little printouts of these around my monitor.
Nice.
Oh, I've got stat points to spend. Let's put more into agility because I was just saying I needed more of that.
Okay, I'm gonna type slash dexterity.
Slash dex plus.
Is that with a capital D?
No.
Okay.
And then
Slash dex plus however high I want it to get to before it stops auto assigning.
yep, plus space
Okay.
numeric value.
Plus space.
So in this case, it'd be like dex.
5.
Whoops, dex plus 50, but there'd be a slash.
Slash dex, yeah. It's not auto assigning the stuff I already have, so I'm thinking it didn't work. I did something wrong.
Oh well.
I can
always-
keep clicking
Yeah, I can click for now.
for now.
Oh hey, there's a hidden treasure here.
Yeah, that's the chest I walked up to, and then it gave me an achievement.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those will show up. Let's see here. In the achievement quest, there's like, I think it's under adventure? Yeah, discover hidden treasure. And you can actually claim rewards for these. They'll show up in your mailbox.
Ooh.
This one, they gave me red envelope, which is random money generator. Yes, please. We'll delete the letter. And this is like, it's such a silly thing, but it's like if you run out of other stuff to do in the game, you could actually just go exploring for the hell of it. And I got like 1,000 zenny for that. But hey, it was something. And it was a fun little slot machine. So what level are you at?
Base 13, job 17.
Nice. I think you're high enough to do the first of the Eden Group equipment quests. Or if you
Nice.
want to hold out, you can go for base level 26, which is what I ended up going for. And it'll be the dungeon that's around where we're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if we get you some silver arrows, you could really wreck shop in the Payon dungeon because everything there's undead.
Nice. I only need 20 more boas for my bounty.
Oh, nice. Let's go for that. Same, actually. I'm at 130 out of 150.
Nice.
Got some more over here.
Nice. Still working out the cameras.
Yeah.
Camera controls.
I mean, I'd say for this being your first time playing Ragnarok, you're doing pretty well.
It does feel a little weird to be moving with the mouse instead of the keyboard, but I played a tiny bit of League of Legends back in the day, so it's not wholly unfamiliar.
You know what was weird is like in Diablo 4,
I can attack you from 5 zip codes away. I feel amazing. Oh, I hit the ringleader first. Why did I do that?
Well, you leveled up. You got it.
Yeah, that level up came at a clutch time.
Oh, another one of those damn blue cards.
Oh. I don't believe in Santa. I don't.
I hope the card removal NPC still exists in this town somewhere. That like I can find them. Okay.
I see a lot of wormtails in here. Are they gonna be
Yeah.
moonies, padfoots, or prongs?
Huh?
Sorry, that's a Harry Potter reference. I should stop.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bad Bunny.
Bad.
More boas. Looks like I hit the 150. I'm no longer receiving updates.
Yes, me
Okay,
too.
cool.
I probably still need spores. Oh, we need a lot of spores though.
Yeah.
I'm at 35.
There's also an
and
easier way to get them because fighting mushroom, the mushroom spores doesn't drop a high rate of them, but the poison spore enemy is a separate one that'll drop them way more often.
Cool.
Take a look at the map here. We have to go this way. Fun.
And what was the third monster we had a bounty for?
Familiars?
It doesn't sound right. But I'm not sure.
Boa, mushroom, wormtail. I do have one for 150 spores.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I
I've
think
got
wormtail was the other
spores.
one.
I didn't have a wormtail one.
Oh.
I don't think.
Okay. That's this, so we can actually get around out here. Whoa. That's that bunny person.
Bunny.
Wow,
Bunny
they're
hat.
leaving so much loot out here. They do not care. What's weird is seeing them leaving behind strawberries, because those are like worth about 2,000 to 3,000 on the open market, depending on who's buying them.
Yeah.
They only sell for 100 to the vendor, but they're extremely valuable because they're basically a mana potion, but for 1/10 the weight value.
Oh, willows. That's what I need.
Oh, okay.
I'm at 24.
Out of how many?
150.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah.
Slap. Kind of wish I had the divine light skill. Was that holy light? Summon holy light to counter evil property. Holy target enemy skill form offensive. That is the one I'm thinking of. It deals magic damage in holy against an enemy, but only 1x magic damage at attack speed. So it's very slow, and it's relatively awful unless you're fighting something that is weak to holy specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But it would mean that I'd at least get to attack things at range the way that you are right now. Oh, that's a reason for me to level up heal the rest of the way, is to use it as an attack spell. I forgot. Because it's a multiplier.
Oh, yeah. For your undead, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, did we just take the wrong route? I think we did. Oh, wait, we can go up this
we're
way.
trying to get back. I wasn't sure if you wanted to kill willows for a bit or just head back to town now.
Apparently I did go the wrong way. Well, this is gonna... Just turning in the 2 quests is gonna level you up quite a bit.
Fair.
Wow, those pourings were full.
Yeah. Stacked.
Your pouring is a little upset.
Oh, I should feed it. Come
Eating,
here.
eating lizard on a stick in front of it without feeding it. What a monster. Alright.
Yeah. I thought you double clicked it and then clicked on your pet to feed
Oh,
it. Oh, but that's to tame them. That's for whatever item
yeah.
we use to tame.
I have got like 30 willows in the time that we've been running through here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're heading up from here, actually.
Oh, gotcha.
Wow, that entry is not easy to see. Hey, that's a mage? That's a wizard.
I like your crown.
Yeah. I really do need to figure out where the clothing dye specialist is. Mountain Village in Rune Midgard's Kingdom.
Okay, where do I turn in?
Click on the bounty board itself until turn in bounty rewards or collect bounty rewards.
Gotcha.
Yep. Nice.
Nice. I'm 1620.
Nice. You should be able to re-request the job if you want to do them again. It's always good to hold on to them just because they're a quick bundle of experience.
Right.
Let's see. More agility, more dexterity. Oh. And another level in heal.
Okay. I've re-accepted the boa mission.
Nice. You gonna try fighting some skeletons?
Sure. Is that the first Eden armor thing?
The first
Or
Eden
equipment
armor
quest?
would be to go to the desert, actually. We're gonna take you into the dungeon earlier than you're supposed to be in there, but that's because you have a acolyte with you, which kind of changes the rules a bit. Speaking of.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have concentration potions?
I don't think so.
Here, take 5 of these. Drink one now.
That'll be here. Is that in the item menu or the etc. menu?
Should be in the top item. It'll be a tan potion. Concentration potion.
Yeah. Gosh. I just picked it up. I don't see it here. Oh. Yeah, I don't see it here. What?
Start dropping items until you see the concentration potion. Let's see here. 5. Try again. Oh, I know what happened. I know exactly what happened.
There they are.
We have item sharing turned on, so it was my turn to pick up an item. So when you picked it up, it went into my inventory.
Oh. Devilish.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you drink that one, should last you for half an hour or until your character dies, and it'll give you just an outright plus 8% attack speed bonus, regardless of your current attack speed.
Nice.
Little haste potions, and then there's stacking versions of them there's replacement versions of them, like the awakening potion at level 40 and the berserk potion at I think level 70 or 80. um, which is only available to swordsman classes. All right, welcome to the
Gotcha.
dungeon.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm curious as to whether my heal spell is usable in combat here. 220, or I could just slap the thing.
Nice level up.
There we go. Oh, hey. Ah, no. Yeah, those bats. I hate those bats. There we go.
Okay. I'm gonna get double strafe.
Yeah. With
Oh,
high
I've got
enough level double strafe, you should be able to actually one-shot some of these.
nice. I'm gonna put you on Q actually, and put you on W. All right. Silent.
I'm kind of amazed at how quickly my mana is recovering here. Oh,
Nice.
yeah. Those red herbs are worth a good chunk of money here. It's funny that somebody's buying them for 500 zenny apiece.
Hmm.
Yep, it actually makes it worth it.
I was hitting 1 when I meant to hit Q. Classic. There we go. Double strafe. Thank you.
Yeah. Make certain to get you the increased agility because it increases your dodge. Ooh, these black mushrooms have a rare chance to drop an item called Carvo del Nolrol. It is worth 70,000 zenny on the open market. It's a little blue potion.
Gotcha.
I guess it's not worth that much anymore because the Enchant Deadly Poison bottles have gone down in price. They used to be 100k a piece, but now they're 50. Or it might just be that somebody's, like, got a glut on the market right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because, like, the alchemy system in the game, based on whoever's making potions, will actually net their own ranking system that the game keeps track of silently, but doesn't tell. It doesn't report in any way. People have just figured this out by mapping what's going on, and potions made by an alchemist whose potions reach the most players end up with an actual percentage value higher healing rate,
Whoa.
and as such they sell for more. And so, like, you'll actually see potions that are like whatever name's slim white potion, and it's because they're made by this ranked alchemist that is worth more on the server. It's really neat that like your job actually matters in this game if you decide to take up the secondary class stuff.
It's so cool. That's the kind of thing I thought they were gonna do with New World when it came out, because
Yeah.
they hyped up how there's no maximum level for crafting, and then that was a lie.
Yeah. That was a lie. Oh, that is a
Yeah,
lot of things.
that's a lot of enemies. Look at all those chickens. Oh,
Oh,
god,
hey.
zombie!
Uh,
Don't hit me. Oh, hoo, hoo.
there you go.
Thank you. Look at all those skeletons.
Uh-oh.
Get kited. Get coat.
That was the last of my mana for a moment.
I'll try not to die.
That pouring is picking up everything.
Ah. I was like, where'd all that stuff go?
I'm almost up to 150 skeletons on this job board that I have
Oh, nice.
going.
Is that for 21 through 40 or something?
Yep.
I should have taken that.
You weren't level 20 yet.
Oh, you gotta be. Gotcha.
Yep. Oh no.
Oh. Woo. Oh, thank you.
I thought that was you that just crumbled. That was the skeleton.
I'm not that brittle. I'm soft and squishy.
Mushroom spore, mushroom
Oh,
spore,
it
poison
refills
spore.
my mana when I level, doesn't it?
Yep. Free health and mana when you level. I'm definitely better at playing a support acolyte than I was. Whoa! Someone dropped a ring.
Nice.
Because like the last time I tried to play a support acolyte, I was miserable.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually semi-enjoyable. It feels like I'm playing like a modified version of a monk. Or not a monk, a swordsman, which is really entertaining. I'm basically playing a classic 2E cleric at the moment. Except no armor, unfortunately. The
Right.
cleric second edition clerics were freaking tanks. They were paladins before the paladin class existed.
Ouch. They threw up on me.
Yeah, level. More agility. More dexterity.
Ooh, bat. Oh, he's furious. Woo.
Got it. Oh, bat!
Bat,
Bat!
bat.
I tried to get you the bat. Alright, one sec.
Mm-hmm.
This one, and then this one. That'd be so funny if you could use the resurrection on a skeleton, just destroy it. Oh, I need to heal you as well. These skull bones that the skeletons are dropping are also a fun, silly little thing that'll let you skip a lot of leveling for an entire 10 levels, because you can do a collection mission where you just walk up to the same person over and over with a bunch of bones in your hand and say, here's these, and they're like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
here's some experience.
Nice. Oop. Thought I killed it.
Yeah, sometimes they'll have like that extra sliver of life.
Yeah.
Alright, I just completed my skeleton quest.
Nice.
Oh, and dropped a club. I'd say let's head back to town here.
Oh, how do you do that?
I used my Eden Group mark, so the purple thing that you got from Eden Group.
Gotcha. That'll be right here.
Yay!
Yay.
Over capacity. Let's see. Increase healing again. We're at 7 out of 10. This person's buying red herbs. We have 35 from adventuring, so that's 14,000 zenny right back. This person's buying? That can't... Oh, no, they're selling. Okay. Person's buying Wind of Verdure and Crystal Blue. This person's buying white herbs at an asshole price. Okay. Oh wow, I have a lot of equipment still. I need to sell. I'm gonna go to the blacksmith shop up here. This is where you can buy a better bow.
Nice. Ooh.
Need the poison spores. I can hold on to the oranges. They're a good recovery item.
Okay, so the crossbow is strictly better than the great bow.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't expect that. Let's see here.
Same
Sell
required
those.
level, but the crossbow does 15 more damage, or 15 more attack, and weighs 10 less.
What the heck?
Just costs 7k more.
Oh. Alright. And Arbalest is Thief, Archer, and Rogue.
Level 33.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gakung is the one that... Yeah, instead of Arbalest, I would usually go for the Gakung.
Gotcha.
So your Dex plus 2, attack plus 10. Yeah, the difference between the Arbalest like gets you that plus 2 Dex bonus, which if you're running off of an incremental or multiplier, then it could potentially give you more, but like it's either or. And then like at that point, you may as well try and hunt the enemy that has a chance of dropping it, because monster drop versions of items will have an additional slot. So if normally you can buy one that has no slot, you can fight an enemy that'll drop one that does.
Okay.
Not that that's like relevant immediately. Unless you want this poison card I have on hand, then you can make a poison bow.
I did buy the crossbow already.
Okay.
But can't I achieve the same effect by making poison arrows?
You could add to that, because this is 5% chance of inflicting the poison effect on the target.
I see.
and also +5 attack outright. So this can go onto the crossbow. Here, request a deal. I'm too far away. I'm literally on the other side of the counter where you just bought a bow from the lady. What the heck? Are her
Yeah, but I'm
arms
kneeling
longer?
down. It's blocking your sight line because I'm kneeling down.
Can't see me. All right. Here's
She
this
can't see
card.
me. I can't see her.
I also recommend right-clicking on the card and clicking the view button so you can look at the artwork from the artist.
Ooh. Okay. Is that gonna be in etc.? Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
Ooh, cute. Okay, so do I like drag that onto my?
Yep. You'll just click and drag it onto there. Actually, no. I think you
Got
double-click the card, and it'll open up a context menu instead.
Oh, you're right. Oh, and I have to unequip the crossbow momentarily to put it on. So let me do that.
I have 36 empty bottles I need to sell. I need to stop holding on to them.
Untouchable crossbow.
Wait.
That's
What?
badass.
Do they just not buy empty bottles? Why? Fine, I'm throwing them on the ground. They used to whoa. They used to sell for like a single zenny. Now they're just worthless and weigh a bunch. I don't want that. I'm not making Aqua Benedicta. Oh, Alt
I'm at,
D
like,
is tip of the
60%.
day. That's funny.
Oh, okay. I want to hang on to strawberries because players buy them for more.
Mm-hmm.
Should I sell? What are Enveritarchons?
Embereticon. Right click on it.
Enveritarchon. Let's see. Hello. A
Level-
metal. Oh, to strengthen and upgrade weapons.
Yep, and I think that crossbow that you just bought is also a tier 2 weapon which uses Embereticon.
Oh, does
So-
it?
Yep, weapon level 2.
Could I
Okay.
upgrade that here?
We can upgrade it outside, yeah. How many Embereticon do you have?
3.
Let's get you a couple more.
Should I buy any
weapons
armor?
merchant. If you don't have armor, LT, thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. We're hanging out and playing some Ragnarok today. How's it going? How was your stream? Let's see here. Arrow merchant, bullet, ninja equipment, motto gear, vestry. I'm the most skillful blacksmith. Okay. Apparently you're a refinement blacksmith, but where's the person that sells starting metals? They must be outside. Stream was good. What'd you play? So yeah, we'll want to go to the blacksmiths outside the building.
Okay.
Let's see. Sayablem. Sayablem does adding slots? That's cool. Is a repairman in case you break something in combat. Antonio is the actual blacksmith. Don't need to talk to him at the moment. Beg and God. That's the one. Embereticon. Let's buy 5 of those. Request a deal. Cannot trade with this character, will exceed their weight limit. What? What does it even mean?
Huh?
I don't know.
It might be just because I'm talking to the NPC.
Please stop any work in progress dialogue manufacturing. Quit and try again. What did I... Oh no, I've glitched. Let's see your character select. Let's try that again. We're playing the newest Saints Row. I didn't know there was a new Saints Row. Okay. Let's try that again. That was an interesting glitch. Here's 5 of these. Because I don't need them.
Okay. And do I talk to Big Nod?
Antonio.
Oh, Antonio. Sick.
You'll want to do to the safe limit and not go past that, or you may destroy your card. Which I told a whole horror story about losing a 70 million zenny card earlier tonight.
Yeah.
Like it's not it's not a big deal to lose that much Zenny. Like I have 500,000 Zenny in hand right now. I got that by just casually selling 300 Mandragora. Like it's not difficult to get that much money. It's a couple weeks worth of effort of like playing a couple hours a day. But it's the fact that like finding that item again is so uncommon, so rare. Like anybody ever selling that at that value. Also, I've done the thing
Okay.
again where I break the music and it only plays the character select music. I love it.
Nice. I think because this is an upgraded untouchable crossbow, because we did the poison thing, this needs old enriched Orodecan and enriched Orodecan
What? You
to
need a
upgrade
Ridicon?
to refine. Yeah.
What the hell?
An enriched Iridican and an old enriched Iridican.
Hold on. Hand me your bow and the Ember
Okay.
Reticon. I'm very curious. I need to see this.
uh, requested deal.
Oh wait, I can't equip the bow, so I can't even do this. Never mind. It won't work.
Okay.
What the hell? I've never the old Iridican and stuff like that is for like really high level. That's not what you just made is just some random tier trash. Like what the
Yeah.
hell?
Who knew? We stumbled into the untouchable crossbow.
I guess, yeah, it's really untouchable. You cannot touch the crossbow.
Yeah, the
Alright.
blacksmith can't touch it. He wouldn't know how. He'd break that thing. It's so rare.
You made the ultimate rare equipment. Breakable crossbow. Let's just go back to the skeletons. They were a good experience.
Cool. I
What's up?
I think I'm pretty close to 19, and I wasn't getting good experience from the skeletons.
Oh, okay.
So maybe if we kill something in the fields nearby, but just till I hit like 20,
Yeah, let's go for it.
and then I can take the new bounties.
Yes. Yes.
Kill
More
two birds with
power.
one stone. Unlimited power.
Oh, I used to have a little pet dragon that would follow me around, but that's I don't even know what character that's on.
That sounds awesome.
Let's see. I wonder if we can fight Bigfoots. They're one map to the east. Can't go up this way. That's the wrong way.
Oh,
Although we,
I'm punching you because I didn't re-equip my crossbow.
Oh.
Here we
oh
go.
yeah, your damage is about to go way up.
Yes. I mean, I was already one-shotting these things, but heck yeah. Oh, I almost picked up the blue card. No, I'm scared.
Smack. It's so satisfying watching them just.
Oh yeah. Oh, the little
confetti apart.
pinata burst animation.
Yeah.
Nothing like it. I tell you, there's nothing like it.
Yeah, let's see if we can do enemies over here.
Oh, could you agility me? I think I'm slower than you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do the same for myself here.
Bigfoot.
Cool, I can aggro these.
I know some
yeah.
fetishists who would be going crazy for this. Can I not attack you?
That one was behind a tree. You you couldn't see that one.
I tried moving
it was
around.
Cloaked. That was a stealth bear. Do you have arrows equipped?
Oh, that's what it is. That'll do it. Unequipping the weapon and equipped the arrows.
Stainer. Little ladybug. I don't have a quest for that.
Alright.
Oh, there you go. 180 looks like roughly the same as my damage. Nice.
211, 214.
Yep, you're on par with my damage.
Huzzah.
And you have random chance to poison.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Nice. He turned purple.
That's that poison.
Okay, what does poison do? Is it damage over time and...
Yep.
Do they miss more often? Is it like D&D poison?
No.
Okay.
It's low tier poison damage multiplier, so if something has a resistance or a weakness to it, it'll like increase or decrease by like plus minus 5 to 15% roughly. Oh, I need to heal you. Yeah. But the bigger thing is like overall damage over time based on percentage of max health. But the fact that you're able to just shoot down creamies now is pretty awesome.
Yeah, that is nice.
My speed has decreased.
Hashtag blessed.
Nice. Oh. Let's see here. I'm at 35. I'm trying to think of like what could I do to make myself more effective at leveling faster, specifically with the intent of either getting to priest or monk. Monk would be fun because I basically have another about 20 levels to go on job level before I'm maxed out for acolyte. Hello, Nova. How's puppy?
Alright, I'm like 3/4 of the way to 20.
Hi.
So, poison is largely a damage sponge killer because it's based on max HP.
Yeah. It'll add to the overall amount of damage being dealt, but like based on how quickly most combat occurs, it won't apply a whole lot of ticks.
Right, it won't really matter until we're fighting something with a big HP pool.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Is that character that pops up on their body, is that the poison applying? Or is that something you're casting on them?
No, that's them casting Endure.
Oh, cool.
They're using a skill that the swordsman gets access to that allows them to ignore stun lock. Because you're in the archer training forest, so of course the monsters would naturally have a resistance ability.
Gotcha.
There's an archer.
Oh yeah, where'd they pop out of?
Literally just teleported into the forest. There they go again.
And out. They're gone.
That's what it looks like when you use a flywing.
Gotcha. Endure this.
Let's see.
Oh, I'm 20.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, do you need these Bigfoots?
I'm at 44 out of 150, so I'm not in any like real
Gotcha.
drive to get to them. Honestly,
I might as well pick up
skeletons.
the bounty too.
Yeah, the skeletons are going to be. Wait, are you at 20 or 21?
Oh, 20. Do I
Yeah,
need to be 21?
21. I am slow again. Not enough mana. There we go.
Lost you for a second. There we go.
Oh, that's a lot of Bigfoots. Wow.
Yeah.
Perfect time for your double strafe.
Yeah, true. If only I still had mana. I used it too much before.
Oh.
But does that pierce multiple enemies?
No, but you can, within a couple levels or so, be able to one-shot these with a high enough level double strafe, as long as you're continually putting the points in and upgrading or updating the skill assignment that you put into your slot. Because otherwise it's still going to be casting whatever level you initially set in there.
Oh yeah, you gotta hit the
Mhm.
arrow over to make sure it's being used to higher level.
Well, then you also have to
Correct.
drag the higher level instance of it, because I can be like, here's heal level
Gotcha.
8, and I can be like, if I meet a lower level character, here's heal level 3, and they're both on my skill tree or skill bar. So we're gonna override that 3 with that 8. I really don't need a heal level 3.
Oh, double shot automatically updated from
Oh,
level 4 to 6. I didn't have to drag it
oh,
back in.
nice.
Interesting. Or double strafe. A 21.
Nice. All right, well, let's head back. Also, just
What's
got a
10
spear.
plus 9? 21?
I don't even know why I don't got that in it. Some people don't think it be like it is, but it do.
They do!
But it
They
do.
be trying to convince you otherwise. That's some duplicitous shit.
I'm out of mana. I can't cast it on you. Fine. Slap. Good pile of experience right here.
Yeah, true. Is there a voice part in this track? I feel like I'm hearing someone saying my name occasionally. It's tripping me out.
Not that I know of. There are some like weird audio things you'll find in this, but no.
Interesting.
Oh, this map is the shape of a willow. That's cute.
Oh,
Heading
cute.
heading west to get back to Payon.
Gotcha.
Wormtail complete. I don't know who I have a Wormtail quest for. Where do I turn that in? Spore, 80 out of 150.
I'm at 46. Oh, and I got the boa quest again. I should start working on that. Hey,
It's so cool walking through the bamboo here.
yeah, that's gorgeous.
Is this the person? When will my order arrive? A custom-made arbalest with quality case to hold your eye patches Only one person can make something like that. The waiting is unbearable. What? Custom thing to hold your eye patches. Dacia, I have a collecting mission. You did an excellent job. Thank you. Wow, you did an excellent job. Thank you. Worm peelings. Okay. Wow, this guy's like going through every collection mission that you can possibly turn in and pay on. That actually did net me a level though, so not arguing with that.
Nice.
Almost high enough level to take the 40 to 60. Check bounty missions, hunt all. Also, I received message from Nova. I'm so
Okay.
confused.
By the message?
Yeah, I'm so confused. Okay. Sorry, that one broke me a little bit. I need to get a shield set up with a geographer card. Wait. Okay, I don't have a geographer card yet. Do I have a Am I a fool? Do I just have one chilling in my storage here? Let's see. Cards. Anaconda, Tariff, Grog, Poporing, Skeleton Prisoner, Nihil, Agnes, Jurgen, Spica. No, I do not. We are almost. Wow. I didn't think I'd actually be able to make it most of the way through. Like, should that be my goal for the stream? Should I actually try and make it all the way to Monk?
Sure.
It is. I am capable. I
More
do
power
know.
to you.
Yeah. It's not comfortable. It's gonna take me probably another 3 hours ish. I could go faster, but I'm having fun playing along with you.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What do you mean, meanie? I don't know what that meant, Nova. Like, I don't know if I'm, like, even allowed to read that out on the air. I don't know what that means. uh, I'm going to park my character next to this Kafra under this beautiful tree, if it'll let me. Apparently, there's line of sight on this little billboard here. All right, I'm hanging out with these people then. Park myself over here. Turn the camera where I'd be chilling. This button and this button. And I'm gonna take a short break, folks, because I've been playing this game for 6 hours. If I'm actually going for the other character class, if we're actually gonna go for monk, I need to get up and stretch my legs and go refill my water. I recommend you folks also do the same. If you got a snack, go get it. If you don't have a snack, maybe make one. I don't know. See you in a sec, though. It is getting cold. It is time for me to put extra layers on. I love being a silly little goat girl. Oh. It is also time for me to roll another thing. So I give me a chance here. Yep. Hi, hello, everyone. Hi. Let's see. I put the virtual puppy in.
Back.
Welcome. I am in the process of rolling myself another joint.
That
and trying-
emote, Dan.
Yeah, is that such a cute emote?
That's adorable. It's such a long name. I love it for that reason alone, but it's also adorable.
Well, like the auto fill option allows you to type just like part of it, so you can do colon
cute.
COMF, and that'll like give you the option to click 1 or 2. So like using that, especially in 7TV or Chatterino or any of those, you can like memorize just 3 character values for entire huge emote names. So like mine, what is it? Rotato. The San 80 Rotato 3. It's freaking huge. But if you do colon TO3, enter, it'll type out the entire thing.
I typed all that out manually. it wouldn't come up when I hit tab. I think I don't have the extension I need.
So like it would be this, but instead I would put
A 3
3.
instead of a 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Let's see. I got distracted by emotes. Also, I love seeing the emotes like doing their little flutters around. It's so cute.
Yeah.
So fun.
And when you got rated and there was just a geyser of emotes.
Yeah, that's something built into stream elements that like I'd seen
That's
other
awesome.
people using, and I was like, how the hell? Where's the thing for that? It's called Coppagen. And like I had to ask Dan because I've been like trying to figure it out for a while, and finally I was like, Dan.
That's awesome.
Okay, I just about done rolling this thing. And then I think I want to make a push for at least finishing floor 1 of the Payon Caves, getting that 150 skeletons, because that should push me far enough to actually potentially get to the floor 2 skeletons, which are way harder, and I'll be able to
Nice.
theoretically just skip having to go to anywhere else, any other dungeons, because Payon scales pretty well that way. Until like I want to say level 60 or 70, then I would change maps to a different spot where there's another like Eden Group equipment quest, which if I'm at 35, I want to say my last one was at 26. Maybe it is 40 is the next equipment level. I think it is. So I'll have to see what the game tells me at that point. But I'm getting closer to my initial intended thing. It is funny though. I could actually go as a priest. I don't want to. I don't like them. The only time that they're fun to play is when you're like doing specifically a demon killer priest that is like all combat and completely useless for supporting the party, and at that point just play a spellcaster. Like do something else.
So it sounds like the monk is calling to you.
The monk is calling to me to in the sense of having longevity, because like first of all, I already have a priestess. I already have one on the account, but I don't have a monk on the account.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Back to Ragnarok. Who's drinking a million apples?
Oh, is that what that sound was?
Yeah.
It's someone on a griffin with like butterfly wings.
Love it. I love this whole outfit. Can I inspect them?
Right?
Will it let me check their equipment info? Nope, it is hidden. Okay. I guess. What about this person?
It looks like a chocobo when it turned to the side.
Yeah, that's the Peko Pekos that we were fighting.
Oh, cute.
If you play as a knight or crusader, you get to have a Peko Peko as a mount.
Nice.
All right. Into the cave. I'm also high enough level to buy the next tier of archer scrolls.
Ooh. Adventure is out there.
I might end up buying, instead of archer scrolls, I might get spearman scrolls, but that'll require going back to Prontero. Let's see here. Concentration potion. Oh, I have one more bowman scroll. Okay, we'll use that. Buff them, buff you, buff them, buff you, and buff me.
And I'll drink another concentration potion too.
I used my entire mana bar, but I was able to give everybody at least increased agility.
Oh, you got a hireling archer, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I buffed them too.
Nice. We're gonna shred these skellies. Onward and upward.
Oh, wow. I should have given you some silver arrows too while we were at it.
That's alright.
Oh, what we should do as a quest thing for you is figure out what's necessary to get the create arrow skill.
Yes.
It's an unlockable for you.
Skill. I meant to ask that before the break, but I forgot.
No, you're good. Yeah, every class has like specialized class skills that you don't get from just adding skill points. You have to go do a quest-based thing. And so for like the swordsman, it's increased hit point movement while walking, and you get an increased bonus all the time for health recovery while standing still as a swordsman. That is on top of the usual recovery rate that you'll get from like your intelligence and vitality. But the walking ability is like a separate unlockable that you have to do a quest for, and it makes it so that your character can basically just pursuit predation, run their way around the continent. Confetti! Smack.
Ooh, I'm gonna get arrow rain. Or shower.
Good skill.
Nice. There we go. Don't heal me, I'm about to level up.
Okay. Don't heal you.
It was gonna be that boring. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It's just really funny. Like, the healing was negligible amount of mana for me. I just wanted to see what was gonna happen.
There we go.
Wow, that bat just dropped a concentration potion.
Wow, yeah.
I love being a little acolyte of the goat.
Does that give you increased item drops or something?
Nah, it's the Horns of Baphomet, which is like one of the MVP bosses that only exists in a certain dungeon a certain number of times per day and has X% chance of dropping their scythe and their card and like various other like small loot items, but the big thing being their scythe and their card, because the scythe qualifies as a polearm weapon for knights and paladins, and their card is a very, very special one. Makes all of your attacks affect a 5x5 cell radius, period. So like the arrow shower that you just did,
Oh.
your base attack would always be that big.
Whoa.
Cannon fire.
That's wild.
And so the horns are like iconic to Ragnarok Online because that used to be like the big boss, and he's also like one of the cool characters in the anime that like the enemy of all of like society and nature and civilization in that is this greater demon, more evil than the devil itself. And then there's an actual devil just cruising around, a giant goat demon in the forest, and he's like, "Leave me alone. I'm out here eating stuff. Like, leave me alone."
He's just minding his own business. Oh, bat.
Those bats, they do not like you.
Yeah. I'm very glass cannon. I don't have any armor.
Nova, I don't know how to quickly do that. What is this? You want that? You want that? That's what you want? How many do I even have? How many do I have left of that? Oh, I have a bunch. Never mind. There you go, hon. Okay, put this back where it's supposed to be in the stream manager. Okay. I'm at 34 out of 150 on these. I will definitely hit level 40 by the time I'm done killing all of them.
Nice.
That's not the spell I meant to use. Okay, that's level 10 heal. Okay, blessing canceled, blessing re-enabled. Slap. Okay. Huh, nice.
Nice.
Oh, that's a lot of enemies.
Ooh.
Did you get crunched again?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a sec. trying to adjust my battle messages while I'm in the middle of battle. I'm sorry.
You're good. I was trying to level up a skill and I wasn't looking where I was walking.
Party member message, damaged equipment, party config, skill failure, party member abnormal status, party member item obtained. These are all useful. Item get, no, yes. Regular message, public chat, whisper, party chat, guild chat. I'm so glad that this archer's here, just like shooting stuff for me while I'm scrolling through all this. Okay, this one, this one, this one. My dexterity's so low still. Oh. Oh no, I was gonna heal her! She died!
Oh no.
I was resurrecting you and she died.
Oh my god.
Let me pick up all these toenails in memory. In memoriam.
In memoriam. That's your legacy, dear Archer.
All these zombie toenails.
Yeah. Ooh, nice crit.
Oh right, I was gonna see how much damage this does now. Zap. Zap. 300.
Ooh, 300.
You still pull my mana. There's no point in me doing that. I'm not built for it. It is fun though.
Yeah.
So I can get crit heals on these skeletons. Let's see here. More agility. More strength, I suppose. My dexterity's high enough that I'm just hitting everything all the time. Whoa.
Yeah. That's pretty good. Whoa.
Yeah, you just one-shot that zombie.
Nice.
Oh, that's an opal.
Ooh. Money, money, money. Ooh. There you go.
The P in the VIP for Nova stands for puppy.
Very important puppy. Aww.
Okay, we are slowly walking our way into the danger zone.
Gotcha.
This slot here, this is where all the
bonus
enemies
zone.
tend to stack up, and you'll find like 5 familiars on top of each other because they chase people through the portal here.
Oh. Scary.
Okay, it seems like we're good here. You're able to kill these skeletons before they get to you now. That's awesome.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. I'm like Legolas.
Oh, I love a speed build for the hunter in this because they get an ability called Blitzbeat where there's I think to start 50% chance and at full level it reduces down to 8%. Or it might be the other way around because there's some skills that just do that in this. But basically oh no, I'm thinking of the Raging Trifecta Strike that has the reduced value over time or over level because of the increased power rate. But Blitzbeat is increased chance plus value that's increased by your luck, like separate from the skill itself. Oh no.
I'm down.
Alright. I looked away for half a second.
Meh.
Oh,
The bag came out of nowhere.
your slime's upset.
Aw. Thank you.
But the Blitzbeat build will have it so you can have the bird attacking 5 times every like 4 or 5 hits that you fire with your bow, and with a high attack speed of like tap 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 on your own. Basically, it sounds like a machine gun going off with a number of hits from the bird in between going brrrah, brrrah, brrrah.
Nice. Also, that was my 69th skeleton. Nice.
Hell yeah. Extra nice. Chose the wrong time to bless you.
What's up? I chose the wrong time to aggro. That's my bad. That zombie.
Wow, increased agility allows me to aggro a lot more stuff at once.
Yeah, it does.
That puts me at 79 out of 150 on skeletons.
I'm at 70 something.
Okay.
$80.
Oh, I just got hungry. I tried to eat a piece of cheesecake and it was a bad idea.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, tonight would have been the 4th night in a row that I ate a piece of cheesecake from the thing, the tin, the whatever, the container that my partner bought. And 4 days is too long for a cheesecake to sit in your fridge after sitting an undefined amount of time at the grocery store.
Oh yeah.
My body says, that does not taste right. Do not put that inside. Nice. We leveling.
Nice, nice.
Combat going way faster now.
Oop. Don't go that way.
Let's see. More agility, more strength, and no new skills, and use a strawberry. Wow, those are nearly worthless. Oranges are worth a lot more than strawberries for mana recovery. Why are oranges not part of the meta? Those flames really mess with my monitor. I don't know why. You're engaged in Mortal Kombat. My character is beating the crap out of a plant.
That is a mood. What? I'm hitting the plant now. What the heck? I was clicking the skelly.
Plants of magnetism.
Yeah. Floral magnetism.
Shracon.
Oh, that's a good number.
What'd you get?
I got 666 with double strafe.
Nice.
Oh, I'm almost dead.
Oh.
I can't even see my health bar. I must have been
There you
on like one. I assume I'll get a way to naturally regen mana eventually, right?
Kind of and kind of not. It's
Okay.
not really built into the game,
Oh,
aside from not built into your character class, aside from increasing your int, which will have like a slow passive mana regeneration, and then various other items that will
Acolyte. Ooh,
that'll potentially give you that higher regen rate.
gotcha.
Otherwise, just making certain to find some way to make money and invest in potions or hunting for recovery items on your own. Which that is a
Sure.
pastime of mine
Ooh,
that
help.
I'll
Ooh.
I'll usually spend like a day
Bad
just
zombie.
just collecting herbs
Thank
or
you.
like various
Oh my
fruits and
god.
stuff.
Ooh, ooh. My character's hitting a damn plant while I'm spam clicking away from the zombie. The plant wasn't even on my screen. I don't know how I was hitting it.
That's amazing.
Or I think I was just blocking it with the wall, I guess.
What? And whoops. But 115 on skeletons?
Ooh, 264. That's my lucky number.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
That's fun. Oh, not enough mana to cast Blessing on myself. That's unfortunate.
Ooh, a
Oh.
concentration potion. Oh, if it says one EA, is that one each?
Yep. Well, one EA
Ah.
means it's one of that item. So
Oh,
the one EA is silly because it's meant for like, well, even then at 10 EA it doesn't make sense, but it's 10 of this item.
okay.
It would be nice if it gave us each concentration potion, but no.
Darn.
My mana recovery is so low on this character. Then again, I'm like casting level 10 spells all the time. Nice.
Nice.
It's a good reminder. What was I about to put points into? Oh, Demon Slayer. Start getting that plus 5% per skill level additional bonus damage to demons and undead.
Do the acolytes count as undead?
There are undead priests and acolytes you can run across. They're terrifying, actually, because they can cast holy spells on you, which says a lot about the world of the living and the dead in this universe.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of has wild lore implications, doesn't it? Oof. Ooh, Skelly. Oh, thank you. I'm at 141.
Nice. I'm at 142, so, like, I'm gonna get this real quick.
Nice.
Hey. That arrow shower is nice.
Yeah. That was the best one I've done yet. Ooh.
Where's this guy going?
Oh, he was trying to pick up these items.
Let's see. Oh, I have a level. More
Sorry, you've got
agility.
Zombies
Nah.
on you. Alright, you're good.
My agility is so high.
Ooh.
Wow, you just got crunched.
They really pincered me there.
Okay. Wow.
I hit a lot of them there. Ooh. You started it, didn't you?
LT did.
Oh, fair.
Let's see. That's it for skeletons for me.
Nice, me too.
Alright. Yeah, I may as well like continue getting experience on the way out. There's so many enemies here.
Hell yeah.
I keep thinking I'm gonna accidentally heal your slime, but it doesn't have health.
Yeah. Join as my acolyte and I will be your mentor. Oh, bats. Ooh. Whoa!
Oh no! Those bats comboed you.
Yeah, they did.
Your slime is gonna be so mad at you.
Yeah. Oh my god. Zombie. Leave me alone. Oh god.
Do you not have any like novice healing
There we
potions
go.
or anything?
Oh, I do. Oh, yeah.
Put those in your hotbar.
I gotta put them on my hotbar. Let's put those on R for now.
Now the part that sucks is when you get used to using like low grade healing potions and then you get nicer ones and you start chugging them like they're the low grade ones and you're just
And it's a
wasting
waste.
thousands. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, good save.
Those bats. They drive me batty.
Cats, it's on myself too. I'm starting to get hit.
Ooh, bat. Ooh.
Gee! That's with the increased agility. The bats have it out for you.
They do. It's my blood. They can smell it. It's so sweet. Oh, jeez.
That was my last one.
I'm so
Oh.
squishy.
Hope you can make it to 30 feet through the door.
In before I get swarmed by 3 bats. Thank you.
Yep. Ooh, opal.
Oh god, bat.
Hot. It is weird having the power of sheer holy. All right, what's your base level at after all that?
25. Almost 26.
Oh, we should go back in and get you that last level.
Oh,
Wait, no, you'll get
That's
it.
a
You'll
big
get it.
breakpoint.
We're gonna.
Oh yeah, I'll
turn
get
the
it when we turn it
skeletons.
in.
Yep.
Yeah.
26 is the job thing for doing that quest again, but only 10 skeletons and 10 pourings, or 15 skeletons and 10 pourings, and then they'll give you new equipment.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. And that was what ended up tripling my attack power.
I like the sound of that. Woo.
All right. That's job level 41. Check bounty missions. Doesn't seem to be for your current level range, of course. Check bounty missions. Greatest General, Wolf, Archer Skeleton, Udak, Bongoon. Alright, so dungeon level 2 and 3. Okay. Wow. So we'll want to go into the Eden group and pick up that quest for you.
Okay. How do I get to the Eden group?
Over this way by the tree.
Cool. Oop. Oh, select. Wait. Oh, I clicked on a merchant. Here we go.
Oh yeah, I can sell some red herbs here for money. I forgot there's somebody doing that. 450, 8100. That takes care of a couple of Yggdrasil leaves. I still have to go buy more. That or you're just gonna have to deal with teleporting back to here whenever you die.
I sold my red herb save too.
Oh. Alright, so yeah, Eden group person is the Chobits here.
Gotcha. I didn't mean to talk to you. Stop talking to me. Spokesperson. Here we go. There we go.
But they got pamphlets and a cute newsy cap.
They do. They do have a cute newsy
that
cap,
just
and their
kicked me out of
boots
the
are
game.
on point.
What the hell?
When you went to the Eden group,
Yeah, it kicked me out of the game.
I crashed trying to load so many people.
Let's try that again.
Oh my god, me too.
Oh, server might have gone down too. That is also a possibility.
You're right.
Warp portal launcher not responding. Checking warp portal. Please wait. Uh-oh. Confirm. Exit game. It says B is currently on. Huh.
I
Okay.
have logged back in.
Yep, that time it let me in.
I am
I
back
sure do.
outside of fucking. I'm level 3.
Huh?
I'm a novice. I'm no longer a hunter, and I'm back to level 3.
You have got to be kidding me.
God, I wish I were.
Oh, let's hope that wasn't a rollback.
Oh my.
I don't want to lose
God.
6 hours of work. Like, I can do this faster, but I don't want to lose 6 hours of work.
Yeah.
Alright, folks, we're gonna take a short break from this game and just let their server have a problem for a moment. Shoot.
Wow. Let's hope that doesn't stick.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't stick, because that
Ooh.
would really suck. Yay, server issues. Yeah. Also, welcome back, Bucky. How was crow feeding? Oh. Let's see here. Hit this button. Oh god, that's louder than I expected. Let's see, go over here. Yeah, we get the silly music going. Oh. Well. Crows weren't having it today. The light was too diffuse. Think they don't come down because of predators. That makes sense. It'd be harder to detect. It'd be easier for for cats to hide. Alright. Let's take a look here. Alright. It shows me as level 41. Might try logging back in.
Okay, I'll boot it up. Oh, please.
Here's hoping.
I'm crossing every finger I have.
We got this, 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 we got this.
We got this, we got this. Oh, you know what? Maybe that was the account that I started with their client.
Oh, on the other client?
Yes. I think it was, because I think Steam logs in automatically.
Oh, so the Steam one. Okay, yes. Yes, if you ended up typing something in, that was your other account.
It was. It
Okay.
definitely was.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, it should be fine. It isn't letting me log in quite yet. It's still recognizes the old one.
Okay. God, it is so noisy in here. I just accepted like 12 new hunting quests.
Nice. Whoa, someone's got a lamia pet?
Yeah.
And it has boobs.
Yeah, she's super
They gave
cute.
the snake boobs.
She's like the main pet that I usually end up keeping instead of the dragon.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm an archer. I'm level 26. Let's go.
Yeah. I have no idea where you are in this room.
Yeah, I'm right at the entrance.
Oh, there you
I
are.
believe.
There you are. Okay, I see you now.
I see your horns.
Yep. Oh,
Okay.
jeez. I'll be over by the job board. It's easier to see me there. I'm next to a blacksmith that also has the horns.
Gotcha.
Okay, so you'll want to talk to the knight in the red armor with red hair.
Cool. Boya.
Boya, long time no see. What's up? I want to join training. Really? Let me see which step is good for you. This course is called Conquer the Orc Village. Hell yeah. Alright, I will do that when it is time, but I gotta help you with your quest first.
I gotta conquer the ghost cave.
Yeah.
Is that the one we were just in?
Yep.
Yep.
Alright. Let's head back
You
to
can't
bed.
remember his name? Some archer. We sent him out there. It's not my
Some archer.
responsibility.
It's not my problem.
Hey, we stated very clearly in our liability slip, it is not our responsibility to pay for lost or damaged adventurers.
Oh, damn it.
Oh,
I just
did
used
you
my
teleport?
I used my town portal button so that the cooldown on that's gonna be going now.
God.
The Hearthstone has like a half-hour limit, just like WoW.
Just like Return
Yep.
in FF. There's arrows on my map, so I'm just gonna go there.
Yeah.
I am gamer. I follow instructions.
I'm gonna buy a tier 3 archer scroll. Just to further speed up our murdering of this dungeon.
Mm-hmm. This music is so chill.
Yes.
It's like Zen house.
At one point, I actually went through and changed the in-game music. I had like really dumb stuff, like what was I using? I had Linkin Park. At one point, I changed because remember,
That's funny.
I've been playing this game since I was an 11-year-old.
Damn. Yeah, that makes sense.
I am.
That checks out.
I guess wait, I must have been 13, 14, somewhere around there. Anyways, yeah. I've made it back to the dungeon. The current archer's name is
Welcome
Nami.
back.
I love her
I
hair
thought that was
bows.
another character or something. Yeah,
Well-
her hair's amazing. Is that a rogue or a fighter or something?
I think that was a thief or a rogue, yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, nice. Leveled up again. We're killing stuff so quickly that she's not even shooting.
Yeah. No blueberry. Alright, I have some more skill points I should assign.
Nice. I do too.
And attributes.
Demon Slayer. Add 2 more to that. And wow, I have a bunch of stat points too. All of it to agility. Speed Demon.
Wow. Alright, double strafe is level 9 now.
Hell yeah. And you're doing primarily all decks right now?
Yeah, all decks.
Okay.
That's the only thing I've put points in.
Should try throwing a few into agility, like half the same
So I can
amount.
dodge.
Yeah. Well, not just the dodge, it'll also improve your overall attack speed, so you can get more hits out before the enemy is
Oh.
able to get to you.
Cool.
Oh, did you talk to the person outside the cave?
Oh, no.
We just walked in here and started killing everything again.
Oh god.
Getting swarmed.
I gotta fucking shed pots. Ah!
Oh no! I don't have the ability to resurrect you this time.
Oh no.
Yep. I have to stop.
What do I do?
Press escape and click respawn at a start point.
Okay. There we go.
That'll just send you to Payon. It's like half health or 10% health. So when you walk back up to the archer's village, before you go into the cave, just head directly north. There's actually a tool shop there. I'll meet you there. I need to get some Yggdrasil leaves anyways. Those are what I use to resurrect you.
Gotcha.
Also, I think there's a quiver salesperson here. Young scholar. Why aren't they coming out already, they say.
Oh.
Weather we're having. Wrapping potions for those who want to give them as gifts. No, I don't want that. Storage keeper, coffer employee. Can use storage. Okay.
The button I was trying to hit for my potion was not the button I thought I was on the hotbar. That explains it.
Gemstone pouches. High potion seller. This person. Okay, it's those again.
Potion seller. Give me your strongest potions.
And tool merchant. 5 more Yggdrasil leaves for 20,000 Zenny. They are not cheap. Awakening potion. All jobs except acolyte, priest, and bard, and dancer. Well, that sucks. I'm limited to concentration potions.
Interesting.
It makes sense. I'm able to cast increased agility on myself. I guess I'll buy a couple more. I do drink those. And I have stuff to sell too. Let's see. Mace. Mushroom spore. Okay. Now it gives me back 15,000 from selling random monster parts. Alright. Oh. You still walking your way back up?
I'm inside killing skeletons now. I got the quests from the guy.
Oh, okay. I was... Alright.
It's only
Acquiring
15,
them.
so I figured I might as well get started.
True. Ow. Let's see. I warp over to you. It worked. Nice.
Oh, nice. Ooh. Hello, angry zombie. Seven more. Rattle 'em, boys.
Nice. That's all of them, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Cool. Let's go get those poke rings. Also these skelebones. Skelebone. Nice. Kill your bane here. If you're a ranger, you're sworn enemy with these damn bats.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Alright. Alright.
Back in. Sleepy bunny.
Save you. I should, in fact, call it pretty soon. Because I've got a family obligation in the morning.
Oh jeez. It's like
It's in 8 hours. We're fine.
okay.
Oh, am I out of arrows?
Oh, just did it finally happen?
I think so.
Okay. Yep. Let's head back outside. There's that tool shop I was talking about. You can buy arrows there.
Gotcha.
That was part of why I wanted to drop in.
Ouch.
Whoa.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. Up this way.
I see.
Oh, they don't have arrows. Wait a sec.
No.
What about over here? Nope, that's a storehouse. What about over here? I mean, like, worst case scenario, I'll pull some out of my storage. Nope, no Fletcher here. That's a Falcon Pipe Trader. Okay. Archer Joe. Yeah, of course I've heard of Famous Payon. Alright. That's quest stuff, I'm assuming. Okay, yeah, I'll just pull something out of storage for you.
Okay, thank you.
I've got so many arrows because my character is able to make them.
Nice.
So I'm gonna give you some
Wow.
random stuff here, but actually trying to search. No. What about under? Silver arrow quivers. Let's do 4 of those because they're what? Yeah, 500 each. Quest deal. These ones have to be. You'll have to use one, and it'll unpack into 500 arrows, and you'll have to equip those.
Oh, the quivers too?
Yep.
Oh, is that what the quivers are? I've got a
Yeah.
couple quivers in my inventory. I could have unpacked them.
Oh, dang. All right. Well,
I didn't know those had arrows in them.
well, now you got some extras.
Well, and now I know. I've got 5 silver arrow quivers.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Let's equip the stone arrows. Alrighty. What did I need to kill again?
Poporings, the green slimes.
Gotcha. Poporing. 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 Best neighbor I never had.
Oh, green. No.
No.
I cannot wait until I get multi-enemy attacks. This is why having Baphomet's card would be amazing. Because you just put it on a really simple item like a knife, so that anybody can equip it. Okay, there's nothing, no slimes here. I'm just gonna keep walking until we find bats. We have to fight the bats because they'll just kill us otherwise.
Yep.
My archer's just kind of hanging out, I guess. She's on tour.
Yeah.
Nice hair.
There we go.
Nice. Well, this is still not what we're after, but hey, it's decent experience.
Yeah, true. Ooh, slimes.
Yay. Alright. How many you got left?
I missed it. Oh, just completed. Perfect.
Nice. Okay. Try not to get hung up on stuff here. Like these damn bats. Nice. One shot of the group.
Nice.
That's good crowd control.
Hell yeah.
Okay, made it out.
There you go. Okay.
Okay, so
Talk to Boya.
weird speedrun hack. Go back inside the cave and then use your town portal scroll because you can here, but you cannot inside the Payon village.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I have to wait, but I can use butterfly ring. There we go.
Here we go.
Eden group. I'd say getting you your brand new equipment is a decent cutting off point for your night.
Yeah.
And I can power my way through the next 10 levels.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. I've done it.
You've done it! Well, I probably have stuff to turn into this person.
Okay. Equipment storage, meet the person charge, blue gate, next to the request board, and end of the passage at the right side.
Let's see. Yeah. More agility, more strength. Okay. Where'd you go?
I'm getting my equipment. I'm talking to
Yay.
Blacksmith Thorn, question mark?
Person next to Blacksmith Thorn.
Cool. Weapons expert BK?
Administrator Michael over here.
Oh, cool. Why did you come here? I've got space. Give me the items. Thank you.
Oh, just pop my ribs.
Yes. No. Okay. This bow has attack of 82. Hello. Cool. Cool,
Armor
These
and
shoes, nice.
oh yeah, the shoes give you plus like 25% health and mana recovery.
Oh, nice. And the uniform and the hat. Oh my god, it's got a cute bow. And the cloak. Oh my god. Wait, I need to zoom in. How do I see this?
Can't
I
rotate
gotta
in this
adjust
room.
the camera. There we
Yeah.
go. Oh,
You can also type slash bing and oh, it helps if I actually have the chat open. And then just up enter to rotate in place.
yeah. Ugh. Cute. Oh,
Super
it's so
cute.
stinking cute.
Congrats!
Thank you.
You're tier 2 adventurer in the Eden group now.
Yay. And all I had to do was get carried.
I mean, like, you're about an hour behind me. That's it. Like,
Wow.
yeah, when I say power level, I mean power level. You're about an hour behind me.
That's nice. Nice to be able to catch up so quick.
Yeah. The first, like, I'd say 1 through 60 are pretty fast. After that, it starts to slow down, and it gets to a crawl between 90 and 99. At which point, like, you restart the whole character at level 1, but it gives you 50 skill points and 100 stat points.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And then when you get up to the name class, so like, if you were a swordsman, you go up to knight. If you were a knight, you go up to a lord knight. If you're an assassin, you become an assassin cross, and so on.
Gotcha.
Thank you so much for hanging out
Oh,
tonight.
and if you're a dancer, you become a Romani,
Yeah.
except they don't call it that.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't talk about the anime.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, I can't wait to be a fucking slutty. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Here, as a fun little silly destructive treat, I'm gonna go to my character select here. And where's Geestemon? Where is
Oh yeah.
Swordsman, Hunter, Alchemist, Swordsman, Gunslinger, Novice, Acolyte? Oh, I have multiple acolytes. And I restarted my wizard. I don't have a wizard anymore. I have a mage. It's unfortunate. So, instead, we'll show off the sage, the smack things with a book version. Oh, where am I? Where the heck am I? I'm inside Prontera. Okay. I love the sage. Also, one of the other slutty dressed characters that I really enjoy. Let's see. We have a +4 tablet, so I'm not just hitting things with a book. I'm hitting them with a rock. And bulk buyer shop license, aloe leaflets. Oh, I'm so glad that like Spearman Scroll 7. My character class is so high. Hello, Ben. Good to meet you. Glad you're my spearman for the day. Let's go. Where should I go?
My spear.
I guess I could go to Komodo. Yeah, let's go there. We'll fight some lizards, get some Hinala leaflets. Need some of that for the rest of the guild, honestly. But to start with, my characters. We'll gather a few people together to do some like item grinding at some point. Komodo.
Someone told me once that Komodo dragons don't have any actual innate venom. That it's just the bacteria, the natural bacteria in their mouths that like infects the wound really bad when they bite someone.
Yeah, decomposing flesh. It functions for necrotic damage.
Wild.
Plus 10 poison. Okay, so I'm set up for Cold Bolt, Fireball, Soul Strike, Firewall, Frost Diver. Oh, that's a... Wait, what was Hindsight? Oh, okay. So we're gonna specify... Let's say... Wait. Thunderstorm or Lightning Bolt? Because this is gonna be water element enemies.
Thunderstorm?
Okay. We got Thunderstorm set up. Let's go hit something. Hello. That is me hitting it with a book. Like, I'm not casting spells. Those are just coming out of my book because I cast that spell, like, initially. So let's see here.
Gotcha.
Here's Frostbolt level 5, which won't work on a water enemy, of course. Let's see here. Fireball, which is a delightful, mild range splash damage ability. Let's see if we can find something to hit with it. Hello. Doesn't do a whole lot because, again, these are wrong elements.
Water.
Soul Strike, Magic Missile.
Nice.
Firewall, pretty self-explanatory. Which actually works as a decent way of blocking enemies from being able to get to you. Frost Diver. Oh, it won't work on it because it's wrong element, right? Come over here. What do I have? Let's see. Okay, so I do actually have some lightning spells. The Sage has such a weird, like, spell chart in general that I'm not fully familiar with, and I was still learning how to use when I started with this character. Let's see here. I now have F8 set to Thunderbolt level 4, which should be able to one-shot most of the things in this dungeon. Oh, maybe not. Pretty close, though. And then slap. Oh, right. Sages also have warcasting that they can cast a spell while walking around. So they can cast and kite simultaneously, which does set them apart from wizards, which have to stand in place. And if they lose concentration, they waste the spell mana.
That was really fun, actually.
Yeah. The differences in character classes on here are pretty fun. I'll go over here real quick to my namesake character, the Assassin Cross. It was set up for attack speed. And you'll note that she's at level 90 something. She's still only doing roughly like 400 damage a hit, but has some other very, very hard hitting abilities like Meteor Strike, which hits everything in the surrounding area for 9,000 damage.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Smack. And that's just the way I have her built. Her main attack is just there to soften things up in between. The Meteor Assault doesn't care. Fun little ability. I've also got, let's see here, Cloaking, whoops, and Grimtooth, which allows me to do range splash damage while invisible. Actual Walking Cloaking, which gives me a speed boost when I'm near walls. Sonic Blow, a multi-strike ability, single target, that pierces defense and has a chance to stun. Soulbreaker, which is an Assassin Cross specialist ability that uses a combination of way too many stats to calculate at once to give you a raw ranged attack that uses a combination of magic attack and normal attack. And of course, Enchant Deadly Poison. I'm not going to mess with that at the moment. Also, what am I currently equipped with? A Katar? Okay, let's use Suxamad and Eden Dagger 2? Eden Dagger 2. So this is a separate combo setup that is, instead of using the Katars, this is a Dagger and Dagger. I love combo damage like that. I love Number Go By. Number Go By feel good.
Especially when it's flying by that fast, damn. Oh, that's so... It's like a reverse waterfall. It's a rainbow of numbers. Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah, that's a fun little taste in some of the differences in character classes and generally how they can be built when you've messed with it. Oh, my gunslinger! I forgot I had a gunslinger. Look at this edgelord. Where can I?
Baggy cowboy pants.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. I think there's enemies. Nothing is gonna be like comparable to the level here, but let's see.
Does Gunslinger come from Fighter?
I think they're. I'm trying to remember now. I think they're an archer or thief base, but I can't remember. What I do remember is getting this character was such a pain in the ass and required that I had multiple other characters that were 90 plus because of the areas that you have to go to get some of the items to unlock this damn class.
Oh, wow.
It was so messed up. Same goes for like Sage, the one that I had that hits things with a book. Her abilities are all sorry, I'm like a little scrambled. Her quest required 4 other characters' abilities. I had to have Aqua Benedicta from a priest. I had to have Pick Up Stone from a thief. I had to have like just all these different things. and bring them to the Sage's Academy with my Sage, saying that like she had gone to these places and spoken to these other adventurers, and that was also part of what like drove my internal canon, that they all like work together. Also, I'm using a revolver, but don't I have? You can't put this item on. Is it level 70? Oh, I'm not high enough level for it yet. So I'm doing a revolver build on this one, but you can also do shotguns and grenade launchers and sniper rifles, and
Whoa.
there's
What?
there's a chain gun. You can get some interesting stuff for the gunslinger. I'm a dual pistol build, but you can get silly with it. The grenade launcher, I've actually seen people use like basically Rube Goldberg machines of mine trap setups that they'll put down that'll actually like force your character along a path as they're pushed around by like skid traps and oil traps and explosive traps and lightning traps and paralysis traps, and it's mean. It's just mean. That's my blacksmith. She's pretty straightforward. My dancer. I do not know how to play her. She has a sassy walk. The most animated walk of any Ragnarok sprite.
Cute.
Let's see. She has a skipping rope. Why did I not equip any of the Eden group? Yeah, hold on. What is going on here? Eden group hat. Okay, that's all the highest level stuff for that. And we're equipped with fire arrows, it looks like. How many? 280. Okay, that'll work. Improved concentration, because archer base. Sling arrow, slow grace, harmonic lick, battle theme, and word I'm not going to use, kiss. Okay, so cast battle theme? Oh, I can't cast these in town? Cannot be used within this area. Okay, well, let's go outside. This is the western gate of Prontera, where I like to save. Because it has bees outside.
Bees. Bees?
So you were using arrow shower, which... Oh, I can't use without a bow. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see here. Slinging arrow. Is that... What are my hotkeys for these? Am I not in battle mode? Oh no. I need to reset some of my hotkeys because that won't work otherwise. But slinging arrow is Vulcan arrow. Was that only level 2? Why did that only hit... Oh, it is X2. Okay. Wow, that is some ridiculous damage. Alright. Slow grace. +2. Oh, yeah. Still can... Wait. Partner's SP is insufficient or skill cannot be used now. A lot of these require that I be around a bard. That makes sense.
Oh.
And this is a character that I was playing in combination with Milky Taro because they built a bard at the same time.
Gotcha.
I love though that there's like actual music that plays. Unfortunately, it is completely overridden by the in-game music. It is possible to... Is it this one? No? This one? Yeah, okay. So, sound, cut video. You can override this music as well, and there is a way to make this actually force over other people's speakers with other stuff. I don't know how, but I've had it done to me where, again, people are playing stuff like Linkin Park when they're hitting, like, the Ballad of Rock or whatever on their bard.
Funny.
Okay. Sound config, put this back. And as always, I've got my character set for a speed build, although it looks like I'm going to have to completely rebuild her because she's not set up for PvE. She's built right now for comboing purely with a bard and can't really function on her own without it. I think
And
everybody
you
else...
don't have to build a dancer that way, right? Like, it can be independent on its
Yeah.
own.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
make them into like a power crit build. You can make them where they self buff or will buff a couple nearby party members. So,
Nice.
comparatively, this is a hunter, which is the opposite class of the bard slash dancer.
Mm-hmm.
So we got here. Do I have? Okay, I got a bow. Got some arrows. Improve concentration. That's arrow shower. Let's be arrow creation. I need to spend some time just using arrow creation with this character as well. I'm one-shotting everything. Wow! That was a weird time to get a level. I'm gonna be one-shotting everything in here, unfortunately, because I'm like level 70, so let's see. Yes. Wait, has this character actually never gone into this dungeon? You gotta be kidding me. First of all, let's see. Eden root. Fine, butterfly wing. I don't care. Take me somewhere. What? Oh, I saved in the hotel. Wow, this person was hoity-toity. They actually had their own hotel room. Each of my characters have their own personality. I just... Good night, G Waifu. Thank you so much for hanging out. I was surprised that anybody actually stuck around that long.
Yeah, it's
Thank you
like
so much.
almost 4 in the morning. What the heck?
It's almost 3 there. Let's see.
Yeah.
Warp my way somewhere a little bit stronger.
Good night,
Teleport
G.
service. Good night. We'll go also to Komodo since that already gave you a general scale of same general character level, because I want to say that my sage is like level 80. I'm so used to having the ultra high movement speed bonus from the acolyte that everybody feels slow now, and it's not that. The acolyte's super fast.
Yeah.
Okay, so time for zaps. I'm surprised my Blitzbeat isn't auto. There we go. That's not me selecting it, that's just it automatically occurring in combat on a chance. My Falcon will just go strike stuff. And it does nearby radius damage when it does so.
That's cool.
So this is a relatively well-built, self-sufficient archer build that I've done. And then we can also manually do Blitzbeat. That's Arrow Shower. There we go. A bit more damage. And double strafe.
So cool.
I want to say that is pretty much all I've put into this one is Falconry, Arrow, Vulcan. Yeah. This character is not even fully developed. They still have another 23 skill points to go before they're fully like peaked out on everything they can get here. But a lot of what's available is like these are all trap abilities, and I don't use a lot of traps in combat, especially against enemies, because a lot of the times they're invalid against like boss enemies anyways. We're just going to keep increasing luck and agility on this guy, because that's what's going to make that Falcon even stronger. But, I really want to go for that goal of trying to get that last 10 levels, but I don't see myself doing it before I run out of steam, because we are just about at the 8-hour mark, and I'm going to call it. I've been playing this game all night. Let's throw our silly music back on.
Yeah, get your beauty sleep.
I need to, and I need to be up and well energized and ready for tomorrow's show just the same, because we'll be back at it again tomorrow evening, 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Well, I guess at this point, this evening at 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And yeah, I'm not sure what we'll be playing just yet. Probably not another 8 hours of Ragnarok, but you never know. We'll see what, let's see, it's going to be a Tuesday, so probably do a community vote, and we'll see where things go from there. But thank you everybody for watching tonight. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all those who hung out in the back, all those who are in the chat, and everybody who tunes into the VOD later. I really appreciate every single one of you, and don't understand why my avatar is not showing up in the thank you for watching screen. Hello? Puppy? Hello? Hold on. What is happening here? Hey, I'm back. That's so strange. I don't know why it does that. Okay. Stick you over here, over my Sandwife logo. But yeah, thank you for everybody who hung out tonight and for all the support. I couldn't have made it here without all of you. And I'm going to keep on trying, keep on growing. We're going to keep on doing silly things together. And who knows where we'll be in another 100 episodes. I was saying quite a bit at the beginning of this journey, your first 100 of anything are going to suck. And that is not true. You will get better. You will get much better over your first 100 of anything. But you might capture bottled lightning early on. Oh, let's see. Who do we want to raid over to for the night? Let's see who's currently doing what. You know what? Aki's doing just chatting. Let's go send everybody over there. Let's go say hi. Thank you, Dan, for snagging that green glow dog raid. Let me just copy that from you. We'll hit this button over here and get the raid started. Cool. Okay. I hope to see you all again tomorrow evening. Love you all. Have a good night. Stay hydrated. Get some good rest. Bye.